Chapter 2242. This is a foodie. Rock gambling. 3. Force chef. The two ladies exclaimed in surprise. He's just a force chef. It's nothing. Has Brother Han's cooking skills reached the master level? Guizhong Yin caught up with him and asked. I'm not a master. Wang Tong shook his head. If you're not at the master level, the force dishes you make must be ordinary. No wonder Brother Han looks as if he has never eaten delicacies before, Guizhong Yin said. I'm a grandmaster, Wang Tong replied calmly. Guizhong Yin. Being a master was nothing special. They were ubiquitous in the universe. However, being a grandmaster was a different story. It wasn't easy to reach the grandmaster level. Even for a secondary profession like the force chef, which was not considered a top-tier career in the universe, gaining the title of a grandmaster commanded respect. This universe explorer in front of him was a grandmaster chef? Really? Do you need me to show you my secondary career class alliance certification? Wang Tong smiled. No need. Guizhong Yin fell silent for a moment, shaking his head. He quietly stepped back and joined Hongzong Mo, walking together like inseparable brothers. I didn't expect Brother Han to be a force chef grandmaster. Yizong Xinhua exclaimed. I just learned a bit casually, Wang Tong modestly replied. Learning casually and reaching grandmaster level isn't something to be modest about, Shozong Kaiyin chuckled. Wang Tong was taken aback for a moment. He smiled wryly. It seems I shouldn't be too modest. Now I'm curious, Brother Han, what other surprises do you have for us? Are all universe explorers this formidable? Yizong Xinhua looked at Wang Tong with curiosity. Nothing special. I just dabble in a few things. Wang Tong waved his hand. As they chatted, they reached a massive platform where many people had gathered. Wow, are they gambling on ores? Wang Tong exclaimed in surprise. Yes, we have many exotic ores here. Some are sourced from major mines, while others are unidentified ores purchased from martial warriors. All of them have gambling value. Yizong Xinhua nodded. Let's go and have some fun. It's been a while since I gambled on ores, Shozong Kaiyin said with excitement. As they approached, the crowd in front parted to make way for them. Upon reaching the platform, Wang Tong and the others could see various rocks displayed on the counters. These rocks were diverse in shape and color, and their origins were hard to discern without substantial experience. Many people gathered around the rocks, discussing them enthusiastically, but few made a move. The ores available at the banquet were exceptionally expensive, beyond the reach of ordinary warriors. Accidentally buying worthless or could deplete the fortune of even a heaven-stage martial warrior overnight. So, although many were interested in watching, relatively few were buyers. Do you want to try your luck, Brother Han? Yizong Xinhua suggested. Why not? I'm quite interested in this. Wang Tong replied with a smile. He was indeed intrigued by, or gambling. For someone like him, who had a unique advantage, or gambling was essentially a risk-free endeavor. Moreover, he could unexpectedly obtain valuable treasures. Since the last time he gambled on ores on the Great Qian Empire's Great Qian planet, he hadn't come across a similar opportunity. This time, he finally had a chance to indulge. As usual, let's gamble and see whose rock is the most valuable, Hongzong Mo proposed. Agreed. Shozong Kaiyin nodded immediately. Considering that Wang Tong was new to this, she added, Brother Han, it's fine if you don't want to participate. How do you play? Wang Tong didn't immediately refuse, but instead inquired. It's simple. The person with the highest value mined or wins, and can also acquire the ores opened by others, Yizong Xinhua explained. Count me in, Wang Tong nodded. This gameplay was similar to what he had experienced before, just without the UC as stakes, making it less offensive. Let's begin. One wonder if the knowledge of a universe explorer will come in handy here, Hongzong Mo said. You'll find out soon enough, Wang Tong replied with a smile. It seems Brother Han is quite confident. Yizong Xinhua looked at Wang Tong in surprise. Just playing around. The key is participation. Wang Tong waved his hand. Yizong Xinhua gave him a meaningful look, but didn't say more. She started to select her ore. Hongzong Mo, Guizhong Yin, Shozong Kaiyin, and the others had already begun choosing ores. Even Yunzong, Xiao wasn't an exception. It seemed that the allure of or gambling was irresistible to few. A subtle golden light flashed in Wang Tung's eyes as he activated the real eye. His gaze swept over the oars on the platform one by one. I've made my choice. It's this one. Hengzong Mo was surprisingly fast. In no time, he had selected an oar. All eyes were drawn to his selection. The oar he chose wasn't particularly large, weighing only 5,000 kilograms, inconspicuously placed on the platform. Among the numerous oars, this particular one had a relatively small volume, making it difficult to attract attention. However, its marked price was staggering, 550 million UC. For a 5,000 kilogram or to be priced at 550 million UC, it was indeed a high valuation. The surrounding crowd was in an uproar. Each time a high-priced or was purchased, it caused a significant stir. Who's that? He bought a 550 million or in one go. It's Hengzong Mo. He's the talent of the Hengzong family. Hengzong Mo. Hengzong Mo. It's him. No wonder. Hengzong Mo, you're quite generous this time. 550 million at once. Aren't you afraid of getting scolded when you go back? Guizhong Yin asked. Although the Five Burials Hotel was owned by the five major families, if they bought in or and incurred such a loss, it would be a substantial sum, 550 million UC to be precise. If you're going to play big. Recently, my mining skills have improved, and I have high hopes for this, or Hengzong Mo said. Your mining skills have improved. Guizhong Yin exclaimed in surprise. This time you guys are destined to lose. Hengzong Mo grinned triumphantly. He deliberately kept it a secret before, revealing it now to catch them off guard and win against everyone. Chapter 2243. One Heart? 1. Mining Engineer. Wang Tung glanced at Hengzong Mo in surprise. He didn't expect him to be a mining engineer. Then he used his real eye to look at the or Hengzong Mo chose. He was even more astounded. A dazzling earthy yellow glow caught Wang Tung's eyes. Even though it hadn't been mined yet, he could already sense the rich earth force within. It seemed that Hengzong Mo had some skill. The ore he chose contained an extremely rare precious material, undoubtedly raising the stakes. Hengzong Mo glanced at Wang Tung and casually said, Brother Han, how about your choice? No hurry. Let me take another look. Wang Tung shook his head, smiling wryly. Hengzong Mo seemed eager to win against him. Take your time then, Hengzong Mo said with a hint of disdain in his eyes. Wang Tung, he's looking down on you. Show him. Roundball exclaimed. Wang Tung ignored it. He spoke casually. Brother Hengzong, you'll have to wait a bit longer. I'm not as fast as you. Hengzong Mo. Why does it feel a bit strange? Yizong Xinhua and Shozong Kaiyun both had peculiar expressions. They seemed to understand, yet not quite. What was going on? Brother Han, take your time. Patience is crucial in or gambling. Shozong Kaiyun couldn't help but remind. Wang Tung smiled and nodded, saying no more. After some time, Yizong Xinhua, Shozong Kaiyun, and the others finished choosing their oars. Yunzong Shao and Guizhong Yin weren't slow either. Seeing how quickly Hengzong Mo had chosen his oar, they had some competitive thoughts. Therefore, they didn't take much time to make their selections. Yizong Xinhua chose an oar worth 360 million. It wasn't as expensive as Hengzong Mo, but it wasn't cheap either. It was considered one of the more expensive oars. Shozong Kaiyun chose a 330 million one, which was about the same as Yizong Xinhua. It looked like she wanted to compete with Yizong Xinhua. Wang Ting glanced at the two women with a mysterious expression in his eyes. Though these two women appeared amicable on the surface, there was an undercurrent of competition between them, especially in Wang Tung's presence. This feeling was particularly strong, as if they had to prove whose charm was greater. It wasn't that they both liked Wang Tung. Rather, each wanted to prove her superiority over the other. Wang Tung shook his head, glanced at the oars chosen by the two women, raised an eyebrow, and wore a somewhat peculiar expression. Could these two girls be randomly picking oars? Do you have any understanding of, or gambling? Wang Ting asked in a low voice. A bit. Izong Shinua replied without changing her expression. Wang Ting looked at Shozong Kaiyun again. I played a few times. I had good luck. I've even mined some valuable ores before, Shozong Kaiyun said. Wang Ting felt like facepalming. His intuition was correct. These two girls were complete novices, knowing nothing. Whether they would win or lose entirely depended on luck. This time they would lose. Confirm. How about you both consider choosing another or? Wang Ting hesitated for a moment and suggested. Since he wanted to build a good relationship and find a breakthrough point from these two women, Wang Ting naturally wanted to give them a bit of advice. He didn't want them to lose too embarrassingly. Choose another one. Izong Shinua and Shozong Kaiyun looked at him in surprise and asked why. Cough. These two ores might not be very good. Wang Ting cleared his throat and said, Brother Han, you haven't chosen your ore, yet you're over there advising others. That's not very appropriate. Guizong Yin suddenly interjected. That's right. You'd better choose your ore quickly. Later, all the high-quality ores will be bought by others, and you'll end up losing miserably. One can see that there aren't many high-quality ores left around here, Hengzong Mo said. The so-called high-quality ores you mentioned, are they referring to the most expensive ones? Wang Ting asked. Exactly, Hengzong Mo said proudly. The ores here are carefully selected by prospectors and priced accordingly. In other words, the higher the price of the ore, the higher its quality. This is a well-known fact and is almost foolproof. Otherwise, our Five Burials Hotel's gambling reputation wouldn't be so great. Is that so? Wang Ting smiled non-committally. If it were that simple, the fun of gambling on ores wouldn't exist. Brother Han, what he said is correct. The ores here are selected by prospectors before being offered for gambling. Although we can't guarantee a 100% gain, most of the time, the valuable materials extracted from these ores are among the highest in value. Izong Shinua explained. I'm just reminding you. Whether to switch or not is up to you. Wang Ting smiled faintly, said no more, and continued to choose his ore. He had almost looked over all the ores and had naturally found several pieces with values that could surpass those chosen by Hengzong Mo and the others. However, in comparison, their prices were relatively high, so he wanted to take another look. As he mentioned, high prices didn't guarantee the highest value precious materials. If it were that simple, those prospectors would have long sliced open these ores and extracted the precious materials inside. They wouldn't have put them up for others to gamble on. Wang Ting could even guarantee that if all these ores were sold, some people might win the gamble, but the sellers would definitely not incur losses. Chapter 2244. One heart? 2. Of course, if unexpectedly valuable precious materials appear, he couldn't guarantee that the sellers wouldn't feel regretful. This was the real charm of gambling on ores. Anything was possible. Izong Shinua and Shozong Kaiyun exchanged glances with each other. Wang Ting's indifferent attitude made them uncertain. Brother Han, are you sure our ores 1T work? Shozong Kaiyun leaned forward and asked using voice transmission. I think so, Wang Ting replied. Shozong Kaiyun's expression kept changing, not knowing whether to believe Wang Ting or not. Are you changing? Izong Shinua asked using voice transmission. He'll switch. What's the harm in giving him a chance? Shozong Kaiyun bit her lip and said, It's a good opportunity to see if he really has the skills. That's true. Using this to gauge the other's abilities isn't a loss. Izong Shinua agreed. The two quickly switched to another ore and came to Wang Ting to confirm. Wang Ting took a glance, nodded, and these two were much better than RHE previous ones. They could gamble on appreciation. These two girls were quite lucky. There was still hope for them. Are you serious? Do you believe him? Hengzong Mo was speechless. Take care of yourself. Don't cry when you lose later, Izong Shinua said. Me? Hengzong Mo seemed to find something extremely amusing, saying, You're thinking too much. How could one lose? The one who will lose is him. He'll wait and see, Izong Shinua said. If I win, how about going on a date with me? Hengzong Mo looked at Izong Shinua, his gaze burning with passion. No, Izong Shinua rejected him without any hesitation. Why? Hung Zong Mo's expression turned constipated. Her refusal was so straightforward. Did he have no face? Unwilling to accept it, he asked, "Where am I worse than that pretty boy?" "You're too ugly. Looking at you makes me sick," Izong Xinhua bluntly stated. I hashtag $, and Hung Zong Mo's face turned black. He wanted to curse. Damn, looking at him makes her sick. This statement wasn't strongly offensive, but extremely insulting. Hung Zong Mo had never, or any moment, doubted his appearance as much as he did now. Was he really that ugly? He couldn't accept it. Taking a deep breath, he sneered, "You seem to believe in him a lot. Why don't you dare to bet now? Don't use such a low-level provocation. Believing or not is one thing, and betting is another. I'm not interested in gambling with you," Izong Xinhua said. Hung Zong Mo was frustrated. Izong Xinhua didn't care about him at all. She wasn't even willing to bet with him. This was too much. Hung Zong Mo turned angry from embarrassment. He glared at Wang Tong. He must win him, and let Izong Xinhua see that even if someone was good-looking, it didn't matter without the ability. It was just an attractive shell. In his view, the reason why Izong Xinhua was so indifferent to him was entirely due to the appearance of the pretty boy in front of her. Otherwise, even for the sake of the relationship between their families, Izong Xinhua wouldn't be so impatient with him. However, he didn't consider that if it weren't for his repeated entanglements and the appearance of Wang Tong, causing his mentality to be somewhat unbalanced, he wouldn't have repeatedly made various low-level mistakes. This led to Izong Xinhua's declining evaluation of him, ultimately becoming impatient. Comparisons were scary. If it were in the past, Izong Xinhua wouldn't be so impatient with Hung Zong Mo, even if he looked a little less attractive, as long as his talent was strong enough. However, with the appearance of Wang Tong, Izong Xinhua couldn't help but compare the two and found that Hung Zong Mo's character and behavior were indeed lacking. Sometimes Izong Xinhua even thought that she should find an opportunity to explore other places instead of always practicing on RHE5 burial stars, according to Wang Tong's description. The outer space had a lot to offer, comparable to the 5 burial stars. Meanwhile, Guizong Yan, who originally wanted a bet with Shozong Kaiyun, saw Hung Zong Mo being retorted miserably and even had some signs of self-doubt. He immediately dispelled the idea. Better not seek trouble for oneself. However, he became more determined to win against Wang Tong. He must win. This guy's arrogance was too much. If he continued to show off, even Shozong Kaiyun might be attracted, and by then, he wouldn't even have a place to cry. Oh my God. On the other side, Wang Tong saw a pitch-black orb, and his eyes widened slightly. What did he see? Heart. In that, or there seemed to be a heart sealed in dust. However, under his real eye, he could see that the heart-like object was emitting a golden glow. Countless mysterious runes danced within the golden light, dazzling to the extreme. A heart inside the orb. Wang Tong felt a bit surreal. How could there be a heart inside a piece of, or that might have existed for countless years? This was impossible. He took a deep breath to force himself to calm. He took a deep breath to calm himself. He must buy this, or, no matter what was inside, he couldn't let it slip away. However, this, or can't be exposed. Wang Tong's eyes flashed. If it truly was a heart, its value would be too high. If exposed, it might attract unnecessary attention. He needed to act low-key to avoid unnecessary scrutiny. Quickly, he made up his mind. His gaze swept over the surroundings, saying, "This one, that one, those. They'll take them all." Most of these were the ores he had found earlier, which had the potential for a significant rise in value. Of course, there were also a few that were sure to lose. Izong Xinhua and the others were stunned. What did this guy want to do by buying so many ores? Wholesale? Brother, this is ore gambling. This much? Can you afford it? Hung Zong Mo was stunned for a moment. Then he mocked Wang Tong. Hey, Wang Tong was too lazy to argue with him. Hung Zong Mo's expression froze when he saw how wealthy Wang Tong was. Was this fellow so rich? Wang Tong had chosen a total of 18 pieces of ore, with a total price exceeding 5 billion UC. Even if Hung Zong Mo was a scion of 5 major families, raking out so many universe coins at once would still be painful. However, looking at Wang Tung's appearance, he seemed extremely relaxed, saying to pay without any hesitation. A gap suddenly emerged. He found that he couldn't find any sense of superiority in front of Hanju. This guy seems to be quite rich. Yizong Xinhua and Shozong Kaiyan couldn't help but exchange glances. Were universe explorers so wealthy? You're buying so much. Don't tell me you're trying to win by quantity. That doesn't comply with the rules. At this moment, Guizong Yin spoke. You're thinking too much. I'm only gambling with you using this piece. Wang Tung casually selected a medium-sized or from the purchased ones. The mark price was not high. Compared to Hongzong Mo and the others, it was undoubtedly very cheap. Everyone immediately looked over, and they couldn't help but be stunned. 56 million! Yizong Xinhua and Shozong Kaiyun were stunned when they saw the price. Isn't this too hasty? Shozong Kaiyun had an expression of, "Are you kidding me?" and said with exasperation, "This price is too low." Although we all know that gambling on or is all about the word gamble, the speculative nature of this or is just too great. Yizong Xinhua shook her head and said, "The appraisers priced it at 56 million UC for a reason. They don't have much confidence in this piece of or." Haha, Hongzong Mo burst out laughing. He mocked, "You're bold. You want to compete with us using a piece worth just over 50 million. Is it not allowed?" Wang Tung asked innocently. "Yes, of course, of course." Hongzong Mo nodded hurriedly. Using this piece to compete with him was just perfect. He was sure to win. Yizong Xinhua glared at Hongzong Mo and said, "You should change to another piece. This comparison is meaningless. You're being too biased towards him. He chose it himself." "It's none of my business," Hongzong Mo complained. Shozong Kaiyan glanced at Wang Tung and didn't say much. Although she had a good impression of Wang Tung, it didn't mean she would defend him everywhere. They had only known each other for less than a day. As for Yizong Xinhua, she was surprised. The other party appeared to have a high opinion of Hanju. "Let's go with this piece." Wang Ting didn't explain further and stated directly. Chapter 2245. His luck is mysterious. Blue glow special water. Celestial spirit leaf. 1. Yizong Xinhua frowned. She felt that her kindness was disregarded and turned a little annoyed. She had just chosen to believe in the other party, but this guy turned out to be so arrogant. A piece of ore worth just over 50 million couldn't possibly win against the ores worth over 500 million that Hongzong Mo and they had chosen. The difference in value was a whole tenfold, making the chance of winning extremely small. "All right, stop talking about it. Since it's Brother Han's choice, we should naturally respect it," Shozong Kaiyun said with a faint smile. Her tone had become somewhat distant. This Hanju seemed a bit too audacious, and she couldn't help but wonder if he was just all talk and no substance. Wang Tung sensed it but just smiled faintly, choosing not to say much. "Okay, now that you decided, let's start cutting the stones." Guizong Yin was afraid that Wang Tung might change his mind and said promptly, "Cut the stones." Wang Tung nodded. "I'll go first." Hongzong Mo shouted, "Bring a stone-cutting master over to help me cut the stone." Several stone-cutting masters had been waiting on the side, and upon hearing his voice, they immediately came over. The people were also excited, realizing this was no small game. The value of several pieces of ore was in the hundreds of millions of universe coins. This was not a trivial matter. Many people recognized Guizong Yin and the others, knowing they were all elites from the 5 major families. When they heard that they were going to cut stones for gambling, their interest naturally soared. Several skilled stone-cutting masters quickly set up the ore chosen by Hongzong Mo and started grinding the surface with a machine. Since the ore was so large, they didn't dare to cut it randomly. If it was damaged, more than half of the 500 million UC worth might be lost, significantly reducing its value. The crowd watched the scene nervously, holding their breath. Some even had beads of sweat forming on their foreheads, indicating their anxiety, though it was unclear why they were so nervous. Hongzong Mo clenched his fist and stared at the ore without blinking. Guizong Yin, Yinzong Xiao, Yizong Xinhua, and the others also looked over, curious about what would be revealed from Hung Zong Mo's chosen piece of ore. Only Wang Tung remained utterly calm, his expression unchanged. He had long known the value of this particular ore and was not the least bit anxious. After grinding the ore for a while, the stone-cutting master seemed to have found the right spot. He replaced the machine and began scraping away the layers with a stone-cutting knife. The knife was extremely sharp, accompanied by a piercing sound as it effortlessly peeled off the layers. There's a glow. Suddenly, someone shouted, startling everyone. All eyes turned to the cut surface. The stone-cutting master immediately stopped. He took some water and poured it down from the cut. Instantly, a faint yellow light was revealed. It's really glowing. Who shouted just now? Your eyes are so sharp. His eyes are so sharp. Only a faint glow was revealed, and it's in the powder. You can't see clearly at all. This piece of, or seems to be in for a significant increase. It glows so quickly. There must be a considerable content inside. The glow is an earth yellow color. It should be some kind of earth element, or what is it? The crowd discussed animatedly, exclaiming in astonishment. The quick manifestation of the glowing light indicated that the current piece of, or had a high likelihood of experiencing a substantial increase in value. A hint of joy appeared on Hung Zhangmo's face. He glanced at Wang Tung and Yizong Shina before urging loudly, "Continue." Yes. The stone-cutting master, not daring to be negligent, responded and continued to carefully work on the ore. This particular piece seemed very likely to experience a significant surge in value, and he needed to proceed with utmost caution to avoid any damage. However, this experienced stone-cutting master quickly and skillfully removed a considerable amount of the outer layer, revealing a dazzling glow of earthy yellow light. It's a rich force glow. There's something extraordinary inside this, or this kind of fluctuation is from an earth element treasure. It seems like yellow spirit gold sand. Yellow spirit gold sand. It's really the yellow spirit gold sand. Incredible. This is going to surge in value. With such a large piece of yellow spirit gold sand, it's worth at least 8 billion UC. Master, quickly finish cutting and reveal it all. Hung Zong Mo was ecstatic beyond words. He hadn't expected to uncover a piece of yellow spirit gold sand, an extremely precious earth, a tribute treasure capable of forging universe-level weapons. Although he had sensed that there might be an earth attribute treasure inside, he never anticipated it would turn out to be yellow spirit gold sand, such a high-level and valuable material. As a family of earth element martial warriors, the yellow spirit gold sand was particularly suitable for him. It could be used to forge his exclusive universe-level weapon. Sorry, everyone. One think I won this round. Hung Zong Mo laughed heartily. It's too early to say that. Our ores haven't been revealed yet. Why are you in such a hurry? Yunzong Xiao coldly snorted. Hung Zong Mo chuckled and didn't mind. He believed he had already secured victory. With over 500 million worth of ores revealing a yellow spirit gold sand valued at around 7 billion. Such a significant increase practically guaranteed his triumph. Others might be unwilling to admit it, but it was just a desperate struggle until the end. Let them struggle. They wouldn't give up until the last moment. Hung Zong Mo glanced at Wang Tung again, originally hoping to see a trace of shock on his face. However, Wang Tung remained extraordinarily composed, showing no signs of being moved. Oof. Pretending, still pretending. Hung Zong Mo snorted coldly in his heart. Chapter 2246. His luck is mysterious. Blue Glow Special Water. Celestial Spirit Leaf. 2. Translator. Nice Translations Editor. Nice Translations Yizong Xinhua and Shouzong Kaiyan shook their heads. Tihei also believed that Wang Tung had little chance of winning. Even Yunzong Xiao and Guizong Yin had slim chances. Hung Zong Mo's luck was simply too good. He directly uncovered yellow spirit gold sand, an incomparable treasure. Yizong Xinhua suddenly felt fortunate that she didn't make a bet with Hung Zong Mo. If not, she would be obligated to go on a date with him. Hung Zong Mo's piece of, or was finally completely revealed, a well-formed piece of yellow spirit gold sand. It occupied at least 2/3 of the ore, showing an astonishing concentration. Oh my God, this piece of yellow spirit gold sand is worth more than 8 billion. It's worth at least 12 billion. 11, yes, 12 billion UC. I'm willing to pay 12 billion UC. Are you selling it? Why will he sell it? He's a talent from the Hongzong family. Why will he sell it? A group of people lamented and sighed. If it were someone else who had uncovered the yellow spirit gold sand, they might have had a chance to buy it. However, since it was Hongzong, a prodigy from the Hongzong family, there was no hope. Ha ha! Hongzong Mo was in a great mood and couldn't help but laugh. He waved at the crowd, saying, make way, make way. One won't sell this piece of yellow spirit gold sand. I'll keep it for myself. Who's next? Shall I go first or you? Guizong Yin took a deep breath and looked at Yunzong Shao. Let's go together, Yunzong Shao said. All right, let's go together. Guizong Yin nodded. Seeing Hongzong Mo's significant gain, they couldn't wait any longer and decided to uncover their ores together. We'll join in too. Yizong Xinhua and Shouzong Kaiyun also stepped forward. 2 ores and 4 ores were the same. It was better to do it together to save time. Go, call a few more stone-cutting masters. Hongzong Mo ordered. After some time, more than 10 masters rushed over and started dissecting the ore. 4 ores were arranged in a row in front of everyone. The dozen or so masters formed 4 groups, simultaneously working on the ores. The crowd's emotions were completely stirred up. Hongzong Mo's significant gain had already attracted more and more people. So, the surroundings were packed, and nobody was willing to leave. The piercing sound of stones scraping echoed continuously, but no one felt annoyed. Everyone was intensely focused on the 4 ores, their eyes barely enough, afraid to miss any details. It's coming out. It's coming out. Yunzong Shao's ore is emitting a green light. Someone suddenly exclaimed. Everyone looked over in unplanned unison. Wang Ting suddenly felt like laughing and gave Yunzong Shao a strange look. Yunzong Shao. The hell with being green. While it was true that the ore was emitting green light, the words just sounded so unpleasant. Yunzong Shao, your seems not bad, Hongzong Mo said in surprise. Naturally, my judgment wouldn't be wrong, Yunzong Shao replied. As they were talking, exclamations erupted from all around again. Oh my God, Yizong Xinyuo's ore is also emitting light, a blue glow. It seems like it's going to rise in value too. What kind of luck is this? One is better than the other. Are all these talents blessed by fate? Quick look, Guizong Yan's ore is also emitting light, a crimson glow. This is a fire element treasure. The concentration of force is amazing. I feel it too. Guizong Yan's ore is not ordinary. Amidst the continuous exclamations, everyone's attention was drawn to the 3 ores successively emitting light, making it difficult for everyone to decide which one to focus on first. Yizong Xinhua looked at Wang Tung in astonishment. It emitted light. Was it a coincidence, or did the blind cat catch a dead mouse? Her previous resentment towards Wang Tung's arrogance and stubbornness wavered as she witnessed the ore she chose emitting light. Shouzong Kaiyun also looked over, a hint of surprise in her eyes. With only her ore left, if it also emitted light, it would likely indicate that the other party indeed had some real ability. The Shouzong Kaiyun's ore is also emitting light. At this moment, a louder exclamation rang out in the crowd. Shouzong Kaiyun turned his head abruptly. There was a glow in his eyes. It was really glowing. Could it be? She took a deep breath, trying to keep calm as she waited for the ore to be completely uncovered. It was too early to say anything now. Only when it was completely uncovered would they know whether it rose or fell. Before long, all 4 ores were completely uncovered. Yunzong Shao's ore turned out to be an 8th grade wood element energy stone. It's worth at least 0 billion UC, a significant rise. Yunzong Shao felt somewhat disappointed. He lost. Even though the ore rose in value to 9 billion UC, it couldn't beat Hongzong Yizong Xinhua's ore seems to be. Blue Glow Special Water. Blue Glow Special Water. This is a water element treasure. It's said to be excellent for refining, especially for crafting water element weapons. With this blue glow special water, it might even increase the success rate of forging eternal level weapons. A cluster of blue glow special water is probably worth 10 billion UC, even more precious than Yunzong Xiao's 8th grade wood element energy stone. Yizong Xinuo was pleasantly surprised. She didn't expect she uncovered to rise to such an extent, surpassing even Yunzong Xiao. It was close to the value of Hengzong Mo's, or she couldn't help but look at Wang Tong. Could it be that he saw through it? Yunzong Xiao, upon seeing the blue glow special water, initially showed a hint of unwillingness, but his eyes quickly turned fiery. 4 water element martial warriors. This blue glow special water was undoubtedly a precious treasure. If he could obtain it. Shozong Kaiyan's or seems a bit strange. 1. It looks like amber. There's a leaf inside. A leaf. I wonder what kind of spirit herb leaf it is. Can anyone recognize it? The crowd observed the or in front of Shozong Kaiyun, engaging in lively discussions, but they couldn't discern what it was. Among the onlookers were individuals with extensive knowledge, yet none of them recognized this particular item. This is the celestial spirit leaf. Suddenly, a voice rang out from the crowd. Everyone turned to look and saw a black-haired young man stepping forward, reaching the oar, and bending down to examine the leaf inside. Anju, Yizong Xinuo, and the others were momentarily stunned, and then they quickly reacted. This person was a universe explorer, known for his profound knowledge, which likely surpassed everyone present. Brother Han, do you recognize this item? Shozong Kaiyun asked excitedly, seemingly having forgotten the slight aloofness from before. I've seen it in an ancient text. This is a leaf from an ancient spirit tree, Wang Tong said with a faint smile. That particular spirit tree is called the celestial spirit tree, and its leaf is known as the celestial spirit leaf. Celestial spirit tree, celestial spirit leaf. Everyone repeated his words. Their attention was attracted. What are the uses and effects of the celestial spirit leaf? Yizong Xinuo asked. The celestial spirit leaf is quite valuable. The leaves contain the essence of the celestial spirit tree, and refining it can purify and enhance the force within one's body, Wang Tong explained. Purifying and enhancing the force. The crowd was slightly astonished. Every 100 years of growth, the celestial spirit leaf adds another vein. Judging from the veins in this celestial spirit leaf, it holds the essence of 3,000 years, providing substantial benefits to a heaven-stage martial warrior, Wang Tong continued. What? It can benefit a heaven-stage martial warrior. The crowd exclaimed in shock. So, what is the value of this celestial spirit leaf? Shozong Kaiyun swallowed nervously and asked. Based on my estimate, it can probably be sold for around 50 billion UC. Wang Ting looked at her and threw out a figure that stirred excitement. 50 billion? Shozong Kaiyun was dumbfounded. Even with her composure, hearing this value filled her with ecstatic joy. Wang Tong sighed. That was why he said that these 2 ladies were lucky. He just reminded them with a sentence. They casually picked 2 oars to give to him for appraisal. And then it turned out like this. Considering the value of these oars, he thought there was no need to say more. They could just buy them directly. Wang Ting didn't know if he should say their luck was good or bad. The first 2 oars they chose were simply awful, but the ones they picked later turned out to be such treasures. The contrast was too extreme. This luck was somewhat mysterious. However, in the eyes of the 2 women, this was entirely Wang Tong's credit. They felt it had nothing to do with them. If Wang Tong hadn't guided them, they wouldn't have bought these 2 oars at all. Chapter 2247. Does he know what's inside? 50 billion UC. A quiet hush fell over the surroundings as the astonishing number echoed, leaving everyone with a sense of surrealism. A mineral, initially valued in the hundreds of millions, had yielded a treasure worth 50 billion UC. What kind of luck was this? How do we know if it's worth 50 billion like what you said? The uses of this so-called celestial spirit leaf are still open to debate. Hengzong Mo spoke up at this moment. 50 billion had completely surpassed the value of his ore. It wasn't just a small difference. It was an overwhelming excess of 38 billion. There was simply no comparison. Of course, if you don't believe it, you can check for yourselves. One believe, aside from me, there must be others who know the value of this celestial spirit leaf, Wang Tong said with a faint smile. In truth, most of the people already believed him. Wang Tong spoke convincingly, with reason and evidence that made it difficult not to trust him. Moreover, as he pointed out, there were still others who knew the value of this celestial spirit leaf. A lie like this would eventually be exposed. Lying was pointless. Hongzong Mo, what do you mean? Your or can have a higher value, but mine can't? Shozong Kaiyun said indignantly. At this moment, she was enveloped in a sudden joy, and she would not allow anyone to spoil it. What's more, Wang Tong was the one who guided her to choose this or. Since he could choose such a highly valuable, or from among many, how could he not know its true worth? Her trust in Wang Tong was no longer the same as before. Money talks. However, she seemed to have forgotten that Wang Tong's or had not been cut yet. As long as the value of Wang Tong's or far exceeded everyone else's, all the treasures extracted would belong to him. From the beginning, Wang Tong was guaranteed to win. These 5 geniuses from the major families, even if they practiced discernment for another 100 years, wouldn't be able to play with Wang Tong. Hongzong Mo's expression turned ugly. He snorted and kept quiet. With eager anticipation, the crowd had enjoyed the spectacle of the celestial spirit leaf for a while and then shifted their focus to the last piece of ore. This ore belonged to Guizhong Yin. This is fire cloud dark ore. That's right, it's a fire cloud dark ore, an excellent material for forging fire element universe level weapons, and its price is quite high. Who will give an estimate? Why not let this young brother make an estimate? His insight is unparalleled. The gazes of the crowd landed on Wang Tong, some wanting him to make an estimate, hoping to see if he truly had extraordinary abilities. Brother Han, do you know anything about the fire cloud dark or? Guizhong Yin asked. I have some knowledge, Wang Tong replied. Then could you please help us estimate its value? Guizhong Yin said. 15 billion. Wang Tong replied directly. 15 billion. Guizhong Yin raised his eyebrows. This price was slightly higher than Hongzong Mo's. He couldn't help but look towards an elderly man beside him. This young brother's estimate is a bit high. In my opinion, the highest estimate should be 13 billion. The elderly man spoke. This fire cloud dark or weighs a total of 6,800 kilograms. In the virtual universe, there was once a piece of fire cloud dark or weighing 3,200 kilograms, which sold for a price of 6 billion. Comparing this, selling this piece for 15 billion is not excessive, especially considering its larger volume, Wang Tong explained casually. The elderly man's expression changed slightly. He immediately accessed the virtual network, seemingly searching for something. After a moment, he glanced at Wang Tong and sighed, saying, One underestimated the value. 1 a.m. truly inferior. Truly inferior. The crowd's gaze towards Wang Tong changed once again. It seemed that this young man was indeed extraordinary. The elder was a famous mining engineer from the Five Burials Hotel, familiar with various treasures. His estimates were usually accurate, and many people trusted him to help appraise items. Unexpectedly, in front of this black-haired youth, he admitted that his estimate was not very accurate. This was clearly acknowledging that his estimate was not on point. 2 billion wasn't a small sum. Wang Tong smiled faintly. This elderly man had quite a thick skin. Failing to estimate accurately was one thing, but claiming to be conservative about it was trying to save face. He looked at the elderly man with a meaningful glance, making the old man feel a bit embarrassed. The elderly man couldn't help but be thankful that Wang Tong didn't press the issue further. Otherwise, he would have embarrassed himself even more. Hongzong Mo's expression became extremely unsightly. It was all right that Shozong Kaiyun's or was more valuable than his. After all, it hadn't been confirmed. But now, even Guizhong Yan's or exceeded his. He had no room to refute, and no matter how he looked at it, He was already a definite loser. At this moment, the phrase, "don't celebrate too early," perfectly described his situation. Does this mean that Sister Kaien's or has the highest value? Izong Shinua said, "Isn't there still one person who hasn't cut his rock?" Guizong Yin looked at Wang Tong, sneering. "What are you waiting for? Are you afraid to extract your 50 million or after seeing ours?" "You misunderstood." Wang Tong smiled slightly. "The most valuable one naturally has to be kept for last." "The most valuable?" Hongzong Mo gave a cold laugh. "You're overestimating yourself. Don't talk about Kaien's or even mine is something you can't surpass. My or was chosen by Brother Han." Shozong Kaiyun suddenly spoke up. Hongzong Mo, Guizong Yin, and Yunzong Xiao were shocked. They suddenly remembered that Izong Shinua and Shozong Kaiyun changed their rocks because of this guy's suggestion. For a moment, everyone fell silent, their gazes filled with suspicion as they looked at Wang Tong. "Go ahead and cut it." Wang Tong handed the ore to a stonecutter. The master immediately nodded and took it over seriously. He prepared to cut the ore. The attention of the surrounding crowd was immediately drawn. The young man's recent performances indicated that he was no ordinary person. Now, everyone wondered what kind of or his piece would reveal. Izong Shinua and Shozong Kaiyun moved closer. Whether Han Zhu could prove his true abilities depended on this piece of ore. If it truly revealed an ore far superior to everyone else's, all doubts would dissipate, and no one would dare to say anything against him. Buzz. The harsh scraping sound echoed as the stone cutter, wielding an oddly shaped stone-cutting knife, focused intently on the task. His hands were steady, showing no signs of tremor, even while scraping the extremely hard stone skin. Such precision and stability were unattainable without rich experience and formidable strength. Every stone-cutting master possessed unique skills. As time slowly passed, layers of stone skin were peeled away, and the originally not so large or became smaller and smaller. In the blink of an eye, only half of its original size remained, leaving the onlookers somewhat disappointed. It was halfway through. It looked like this, or was a losing gamble. "Brother Han, is this the or you plan to use to win against all of us?" Hongzong Mo couldn't help but sneer. "Don't be in such a hurry. It will be out soon." Wang Ting looked at him calmly and smiled. Izong Shinua and Shozong Kaiyun were initially very worried, but seeing him maintain his usual composure, they relaxed a bit. However, their curiosity grew. The ore had been reduced to half its size. How could it possibly surpass everyone else's ores? At this point, they weren't as concerned about their own victories or defeats as they were about whether Wang Tong could surpass everyone. It seemed even more intriguing to them. If Wang Tong won, it would demonstrate an unimaginably high level of mining skills, turning him into a great treasure. For women, the most enjoyable aspect was often the process of discovering treasures. Hongzong Mo's face turned black. This fellow always looked as if victory was in his grasp. This irked him. Yunzong Xiao and Guizong Yan remained quiet, their expressions slightly solemn as they continued to wait. As for the spectators, many of them were now beginning to doubt Wang Tong's abilities. Could this young man possibly have miscalculated? There's a glow. Suddenly, a cry of astonishment rippled through the crowd, causing a collective gasp among the onlookers. Finally, it was unveiling its brilliance. If it didn't reveal itself soon, the banquet would nearly be over. The stone cutter, too, suddenly became more alert. He swiftly fetched water and rinsed away the surface stone dust, revealing a faint white glow. A white glow. Everyone was surprised. They sensed their surroundings carefully and were astounded. Is this the fluctuation of light force? Could it be a light element treasure inside this? Or, wow, if it's a light element treasure, its value is immeasurable. Quick, quick, master, hurry up and finish cutting it. So many people are waiting. Izong Shinua, Shozong Kaiyun, and the others were flabbergasted. They couldn't help but glance at Wang Tong. He maintained a faint smile, seemingly unimpressed even when a white glow emerged from the ore. It might be a light element treasure, but it didn't appear to surprise him. Could it be that he already knew what was inside? This absurd thought appeared in Izong Shinoa and Shozong Kaiyan's minds. However, they immediately dismissed it. No martial warrior could see what was inside various ores. This had been tested and confirmed. The energy inside the ores was exceptionally unique. Some ores even naturally formed certain runes, like a kind of seal. Thus, even with spiritual power, it was impossible to perceive clearly. This was a self-protective mechanism of special ores, concealing their radiance, and the mystical items remain hidden. That was the meaning. Therefore, Hanju could only rely on his rich experience to judge the value of this ore. This was the brilliance of a mining engineer, something ordinary martial warriors couldn't compare to. The hands of the stonecutter master trembled slightly. This was a light element treasure. In all his years of extracting stones, he had never come across a light element treasure. Encountering one now was incredibly exciting. Look at the envy in the eyes of several stonecutter masters around them. Why couldn't they experience this boastful event in their entire lives? But now, they couldn't afford to be the slightest bit negligent. The master took a deep breath to calm himself, and then continued to focus on cutting the stone. Crack! All eyes were drawn to the scene where the stone's surface layer was gradually scraped off, revealing a translucent white crystal underneath. In an instant, a burst of holy and dazzling white light radiated in all directions. Chapter 2248, The Pill in the Ore, 7, Star Sage Pill. Swoosh! Dazzling white light illuminated the surroundings. The radiance, sealed for countless years, was now completely unleashed. The brilliance was so intense that it overshadowed all the lights in the hall, and the various gemstones embedded in the walls lost their luster. People couldn't help but squint their eyes, temporarily unable to see the situation inside the ore. Gasp! A chorus of gasps erupted from the surroundings. Everyone couldn't help but feel excited. Judging from this momentum, it seemed like the value was going to skyrocket. Hongzong Mo and Guizong Yin immediately had unpleasant expressions. They had a premonition that the value of this or might truly surpass theirs. Izong Shino and Shozong Kaiyun widened their beautiful eyes, feeling a bit dreamy. They had indeed bet on the right horse, and it seemed like something extraordinary was about to be revealed. They were appalled. The remaining volume of that ore was only half of its original size, not even 1/10 of their ores, yet it contained such a treasure. It was truly unbelievable. What is this? It must be a light element treasure, but I wonder what it is exactly. Of course, it's a light element treasure, but we can't see clearly. There's no way to determine. Could this be the legendary concealing radiance? Now unsealed, its radiance is completely unleashed. It's likely. The more precious something is, the more intense the radiance when it's revealed. Wait a minute, do you guys see something inside that crystal? At these words, the crowd swarmed forward like a hive of bees, wanting to get a clear look inside the crystal. Originally thought to be a special light element, or it now seemed that the true treasure might lie within. There was something inside the crystal. Izong Shinoa, Shozong Kaiyun, and the others were surprised. They hurriedly came forward too. Make way! Hongzong Mo and the others felt an increasing ominous premonition. At this point, they didn't care about offending people and directly shouted, wanting to see what was inside. They wanted to see what was inside with their own eyes. At this moment, they still held a glimmer of hope. Even if it was a light element treasure, it wouldn't matter if its value wasn't high enough to surpass theirs. Many people around were reluctant, but dared not voice their anger. After all, they were dealing with the geniuses of the 5 major families. They could only step aside. Finally, the radiance on the surface of the crystal gradually converged, allowing them to see what was inside. It's a pill. Everyone widened their eyes, and when they saw what was inside the crystal, they were all dumbfounded. They shouted in disbelief. One pill. It's really a pill. Inside this light element crystal is actually a pill that has been sealed for who knows how many years. My goodness, How can a pill be sealed like this? The crowd erupted into excitement as a pill was unexpectedly revealed within the ore. This was an extremely rare occurrence. While it had happened before, it was so infrequent that many deemed it almost impossible. Some had never witnessed such an event. However, those who knew understood that pills sealed within ores were exceptionally precious. They possessed a self-protective ability, allowing them to remain sealed to resist external energy erosion. Otherwise, they would eventually degrade into useless pills. That was why alchemists often stored pills in jade vials inscribed with runes, fearing contamination or the dissipation of medicinal power. So, if a pill was extracted from an ore, it unequivocally indicated that the pill was extraordinary. It was no wonder the crowd was so exhilarated. This. An elder emerged from the crowd, his eyes filled with excitement as he gazed at the pill inside the crystal. He was so overwhelmed that he couldn't find the right words. Grandmaster Yin Dang. Many people recognized the elder's identity and were shocked. It's Grandmaster Yin Dang. He's here too. Grandmaster Yin Dang? Who is that? Why haven't I heard of him? Ignorant. Grandmaster Yin Dang is a famous Grandmaster alchemist in our 5 Burial Stars Secondary Career Alliance. He's a Grandmaster alchemist. No wonder he was so excited when he saw the pill. Grandmaster alchemist. Wang Tung glanced at him in surprise. He didn't expect to meet a Grandmaster alchemist here. Was this fate? Grandmaster Yin Dang, do you recognize this pill? Someone couldn't help but ask. This is the 7-star Sage Pill. Grandmaster Yin Dang took a deep breath, his eyes radiating a passionate light as he spoke. 7-star Sage Pill. What is this pill? Daring to bear the name Sage, could it be a divine-level pill? Upon hearing the name of the pill inside the crystal, the crowd erupted into discussions with expressions of astonishment on their faces. You guessed it right. This 7-star Sage Pill is indeed a divine-level pill. It's an extremely rare light element divine level pill. Grandmaster Yin Dang took a deep breath and said, I never expected that in my lifetime I would come across such a rare ancient pill. It's truly worth living for. A light element divine level pill. Wow. The crowd gasped, finding it hard to believe their ears. Grandmaster Yin Dang, what are the effects of this pill? Izong Shino appeared at Wang Tung, then at the pill, her curiosity getting the better of her. This pill can help light element universe stage martial warriors break through to the eternal stage. Grandmaster Yin Dang looked at Wang Tung with complicated eyes as he spoke. What? It can help light element universe stage martial warriors break through to the eternal stage. The expressions on everyone's faces were as if they had seen a ghost. They couldn't believe that a mineral worth just over 50 million could yield such an extraordinary pill. What luck was this? Izong Shino expanded her beautiful eyes, looking at Wang Tung in astonishment. Shouzong Kaiyun covered her mouth. Hungzong Mo, Guizong Yin, and Yunzong Xiao's expressions froze. They stared at the pill in amazement before turning to look at Wang Tung. What kind of luck did this guy have to find such a treasure? For a moment, the three of them were filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred. There was no need for further appraisal. The value of this pill undoubtedly exceeded that of all of them. Even if the value of all the ores they had bid on was combined, it was likely still lower than the 7-star Sage Pill. It wasn't even worth mentioning. The gap was insurmountable. Wang Tung remained extremely calm. He had long seen that this should be a light element pill, and he even noticed strands of eternal matter within it. Therefore, this pill wasn't just a supreme rank pill, it was undoubtedly of divine level quality, surpassing the ores of all the others. He wanted to impress Izong Shinua and the others, so he needed to showcase something stunning. If he only slightly surpassed them, it wouldn't be impressive enough. To leave an indelible mark, he had to find a treasure that would awe everyone present. As for whether this light element divine level pill might attract unwanted attention, he had already considered an escape plan and wasn't afraid of prying eyes. How much is this 7-star Sage Pill? Shouzong Kaiyun couldn't help but ask. Even I cannot estimate its price. This pill is an ancient one, extremely rare in the present era. Its formula cannot even be found anymore. Only an alchemy saint's assessment can determine its value, Grandmaster Yundang replied. Only an alchemy saint's assessment can determine its value. The crowd was astounded. They realized that the value of this pill far exceeded their imagination. Everyone looked at Wang Tong with eyes filled with admiration and envy. Purchasing such in or for 50 million wasn't just an increase in value. It was soaring to unimaginable heights. Many finally believed that the young man before them was undoubtedly a highly skilled mining engineer, as it would be impossible to find such a valuable or otherwise. Brother Han, you're impressive. Yizong Xinhua looked at Wang Tong in admiration and expressed her sincere thoughts. Yes, such expertise is truly beyond ordinary people. Shozong Kaiyan nodded in agreement. Her stare toward Wang Tong now carried not just casualness, but also a trace of flattery and eagerness to please. A universe explorer with such profound skills in the mining field would undoubtedly be treated as an esteemed guest even by universe-stage powerhouses. I'm just lucky. Wang Tong smiled calmly. The two women were speechless. His way of being modest never changed. Was this explanation plausible? If so, how would they explain their two previous ors? They wouldn't believe him. May I ask if you, sir, are willing to sell this pill? Someone couldn't help but ask loudly. At this point, they dared not casually call Wang Tong brother anymore. Instead, they addressed him with utmost respect. A mining engineer who could extract such a treasure deserved nothing less. Many instantly turned their attention as soon as they heard the inquiry. They were equally interested in this pill. Those who could enter the Five Burials Hotel had significant backgrounds, likely backed by universe-stage powerhouses. Naturally, they were interested in such a divine-level pill and had the qualifications to purchase it. The 7-star Sage pill could assist Light Element Universe stage martial warriors in breaking through to the Eternal Stage. Even if their patrons didn't require it, they could exchange it with other Light Element Universe Stage martial warriors for the treasures they desired. Those Light Element Universe Stage martial warriors would undoubtedly be willing to offer significant prices for such a precious and rare pill. How do I address you? Grandmaster Yundang asked. Hanju, a universe explorer roaming the universe. Wang Tong smiled. Universe explorers. Grandmaster Yundang was stunned for a moment. Then, he solemnly paid his respects. A young man with such profound knowledge turned out to be a learned universe explorer. No wonder he was able to find such a treasure. He seemed to possess genuine skills. The surrounding assembly was also amazed, and their admiration for Wang Tong grew. I didn't know you're a universe explorer. I apologize for my disrespect. Grandmaster Yundang bowed and introduced himself. In the Grandmaster Alchemist guarding the 5 burial planets from the Secondary Career Alliance. Grandmaster Yundang, you're too kind. Wang Tong returned the salute. Mister, if you're willing to sell this pill, I can ask an alchemy saint from the Secondary Career Alliance to appraise it. I guarantee you won't suffer any loss, Grandmaster Yundang offered. He was representing the Secondary Career Alliance now. He knew that, with his wealth, he wouldn't be able to acquire this pill. However, for the entire Secondary Career Alliance, this ancient pill with a lost formula held significant research value. There was a possibility that the alchemy saints among them could revive the splendor of this ancient pill. Grandmaster Yundang, that's not fair. The 5 families haven't made their offers yet. How can you act preemptively? At this moment, a voice came from the rear. Chapter 2249, Chaos Coins. 5 Burial Token. 1. The sudden sound drew the attention of the crowd. Wang Tong, slightly taken aback, turned to look behind him. Several figures were approaching from a distance, commanding an imposing presence. The onlookers instinctively made way for them. Universe Stage, martial warriors. A gleam flashed in Wang Tong's eyes as he immediately discerned the strength of these approaching figures. The radiance of their force far surpassed that of Heaven Stage martial warriors. They were unquestionably Universe Stage powerhouses. It's the 5 family heads. Grandmaster Yindang wore a wry smile on his face, bowing slightly in greeting. No need for formalities, Grandmaster Yindang. One of the figures replied, returning the gesture. 5 family heads. A thought crossed Wang Tung's mind. There were 5 individuals in total, their features somewhat resembling those of Hongzong Mo and his companions. Could they be the heads of the 5 major families? Old man, you guys arrived pretty quickly. Guizong, Yin addressed a middle-aged man among the group. You brat, couldn't you have informed me of such a significant matter in a more timely manner? If it weren't for the quick response of the mining engineers from the 5 Burials Hotel, I wouldn't have known that such a miraculous object had appeared here. Guizong Feng scolded with a hint of irritation. Then, his gaze fell upon the elixir within the crystal, and his eyes showed a subtle tremor. Upon receiving the news, he found it hard to believe. Now, seeing the object in person, his heart trembled even more. Never did he expect to encounter such an ancient and divine-grade pill. Merely from the faintly emanating sacred aura, one could discern the extraordinary nature of this pill. Yizong Xinhua, Shozong Kaiyun, and the others approached, paying their respects and standing by their respective elders. Aunt, let me introduce you. This is the universe explorer who unraveled the 7-star sage pill, Han Zhu. Yizong Xinhua brought a woman in her 30s to Wang Tung's side and introduced them to each other. Brother Han, this is my aunt Yizong Bai, the head of the Yizong family. Leader Yizong, nice to meet you. Wang Tung bowed. I didn't expect someone as young as you to be a universe explorer and with such profound expertise in mining engineering. Surely, you must be a master mining engineer? Yizong Bai smiled slightly. My mining mastery is almost at the Grandmaster level. Wang Tung smiled. Grandmaster level? Yizong Bai had initially asked merely out of courtesy, thinking that reaching the master level was already impressive. However, now she was surprised to hear that he was nearing the Grandmaster level. She was shocked. A mining engineer at the Grandmaster level was not someone to be underestimated. Guizong Feng and the others, hearing Wang Tung's words, were equally astonished. Guizong Yin and the other young talents were speechless. Their faces were as black as the bottom of a pot. This fellow's mining mastery was almost at the Grandmaster level. Was he trying to trick them? Aunt, you don't know, but Brother Han helped Sister Kaiyun and me select the 2 ores as well, Yizong Xinhua added. Oh, Yizong Bai raised her slender eyebrows, even more amazed. Before coming, she naturally knew that Yizong Xinhua and the others' ores rose in value, but she didn't know that the ores of these 2 women were picked by the young man before her. If it was true, then the young man's mining skills were indeed not to be underestimated. 1 ore could be attributed to luck, but 3 consecutive ores were not something that could be easily explained by luck alone. Unless the luck of this young man was truly heaven-defying. Your mining skills are truly admirable, Guizong Feng remarked. The other family heads also echoed their agreement, signaling friendliness towards Wang Tung. On the side, Hongzong Mo and his companions became even more displeased. They disapproved of Wang Tung, yet their elders were being exceptionally polite and friendly towards him, causing them considerable frustration. You're too kind, Wang Tung replied with a faint smile. Facing the flattery from the crowd, he remained remarkably calm, without a hint of disturbance in his heart. These people were only interested in the 7-star sage pill, and perhaps they also valued his mining abilities. We also want to purchase this 7-star sage pill. I wonder if you can give us some face. After some small talk, Guizong Feng finally got to the point. Since we are all interested in this 7-star sage pill, why not see who can offer a higher price? Grandmaster Yindang suggested. He naturally wouldn't let the 7-star sage pill slip away from him. While the 5 major families held considerable power in the 5 burial stars, they might not dare to confront the Secondary Career Alliance directly. Regardless of the location, the Secondary Career Alliance was an immensely influential force. Offending them would likely result in displeasure among all the warriors on the 5 burial stars. After all, the Secondary Career Alliance not only had alchemists, who were most essential to martial warriors, but also blacksmiths, rune experts, doctors, and other secondary professionals closely linked to martial warriors. Offending such a group of people would be an unwise move for the 5 burial stars. Grandmaster Yin Dang, you are an alchemist. You've seen all kinds of elixirs. Why compete with us? Izongbai remarked. Head Izong, you're wrong. This 7-star sage pill is ancient and lost. Handing it over to our secondary career alliance is the only way to unleash its maximum potential. We hope to decipher the lost elixir formula through this pill and bring benefits to more martial warriors in the future. Grandmaster Yin Dang greeted the people around with a fist and spoke. Chapter 2250, Chaos Coins. 5 Burial Token. 2. With these words, the eyes of the surrounding martial warriors lit up. Many of them knew they couldn't compete with the 5 major families today. This place belonged to them, and even if they managed to acquire the pill, they might not be able to take it outside. However, if the secondary career alliance bought it, that could be a viable option. After all, if the pill's formula was truly deciphered, at least they would have a chance to purchase it in the future. The expressions of the 5 family heads changed slightly. This Grandmaster Yin Dang was shameless, using such a tactic against them. Sir Hanju, before coming here, we had someone appraise the value of this 7-star sage pill. It's roughly worth 600 chaos coins. We are willing to offer 650 chaos coins. What do you think? Guizong Feng's gaze flickered, disregarding other matters and going straight to the point. Chaos coins. The crowd was surprised. Guizong Feng was willing to use chaos coins to purchase the 7-star sage pillar. It seemed their determination was quite significant. Wang Teng was astounded too. He wasn't unfamiliar with chaos coins. The so-called chaos coins were a currency unit higher than the universe coins, just more advanced. Universe coins circulated among all martial warriors in the universe as a form of currency, while chaos coins were different. This currency generally only circulated among powerful individuals or major forces, and ordinary martial warriors rarely came into contact with it. As martial warriors reached a certain level, the value of the treasures they encountered increased significantly. If measured in universe coins, it would result in an extremely large numerical value, and using universe coins for such transactions could easily cause economic instability in a region. Therefore, the Universe Bank introduced chaos coins as a more advanced form of currency suitable for transactions among powerful individuals and major forces. 1 chaos coin was equivalent to 1 trillion universe coins. The exchange rate was terrifying, but also illustrated the immense change in identity and value that occurred when a martial warrior's strength reached a certain level. Especially after reaching the universe stage, the things they encountered were far beyond the imagination of ordinary martial warriors. Another crucial point was that chaos coins were difficult to exchange. Even if one had 1 trillion universe coins, they might not be able to exchange it for a chaos coin. There needed to be connections and a certain status. Otherwise, universe coins would remain as such. This was a measure to maintain economic stability among various forces in the universe. While exchanging chaos coins for universe coins was relatively easy, there were likely few who would foolishly do it. Every bit of chaos coin was extremely precious, and no one was willing to exchange chaos coins for universe coins. Now, Guizong Feng was willing to offer 650 chaos coins to purchase the 7-star sage pill. This was undoubtedly a substantial amount. Hengzong Mo, Guizong Yin, and the others were flabbergasted. They couldn't help but lament in their hearts. Or worth slightly more than 50 million UC yielded a treasure worth 650 chaos coins. This sounded like a dream. It was almost unimaginable. Yizong Xinhua and Shouzong Kaiyan looked at Wang Teng in astonishment. 650 chaos coins? How much was that? Forgive them for their lack of exposure. It was a bit difficult for them to comprehend. Oh my, 650 chaos coins. What a wealthy fellow. Wang Teng, you should sell it to him. Round Ball shouted in Wang Teng's mind. Forget it. If I take these 650 chaos coins, he might not let me off. The 5 burial stars is not a friendly place, Wang Teng replied. That's true. Round Ball expressed deep regret. 650 chaos coins. Leader Guizhong, you are indeed generous, Grandmaster Yin Dang exclaimed, his eyes still showing traces of shock as he shook his head repeatedly. Humbled, truly humbled. Guizhong Feng's eyes flashed with a gleam as he smiled faintly. But our secondary career alliance is not exactly poor either. Grandmaster Yin Dang suddenly smiled and said, just now I've already contacted the secondary career alliance. We are willing to offer 660 chaos coins. Grandmaster Yin Dang, do you have to compete with us? Guizhong Feng frowned. He didn't expect that even after raising the price to 650 chaos coins, it still wouldn't deter the other party. This became tricky. He wasn't worried about offering a bit more chaos coins. He was concerned about the other party's determination. I'm sorry, Leader Guizhong, but this is important to us too, Grandmaster Yin Dang replied. In that case, we'll have to compete. Guizhong Feng glanced at the heads of the other 4 major families, then said calmly, the 5 major families are willing to offer 665 chaos coins. 670 chaos coins. Grandmaster Yin Dang gritted his teeth and said, 675 chaos coins. Guizhong Feng said, old man, can't you be more generous? Adding 5 each time, when will it end? Just add 50 chaos coins directly and make him dare not raise the bid again, Guizhong Yin impatiently suggested. Guizhong Feng's face was turning green. Previously, the addition of 50 chaos coins was a price they collectively negotiated, already significantly raising the upper limit of the value of the 7-star sage pill. It was enough to make them feel the pinch. Never did they expect that Grandmaster Yin Dang would not let go and would even increase the bid, exceeding their budget. Adding another 50 chaos coins would practically be cutting their meat. This kid was causing trouble. It might be better to beat him up. Yizong Bai, Yinzong Ying, Shouzong Liao, and the others glanced at Guizhong Yin speechlessly. Then, they looked at Guizhong Feng. That kind of gaze made Guizhong Feng's brow twitch, as if he understood the meaning of the heads of the 4 major families. You've raised a foolish son. Ha! Wang Tung was inwardly delighted. This Guizhong Yin was indeed a dutiful son. With such a foolish teammate, Wang Tung didn't need to worry about the price of the 7-star sage pill at all. However, he had no intention of selling the 7-star sage pill. What a waste. No need to argue anymore. I've already decided the ownership of this pill, Wang Tung said with a slight smile, suddenly breaking the silence. Already decided. The hearts of the crowd trembled. They shouted prices for half the day, so how could it be decided already? Something was off. Who are you planning to sell this pill to? Grandmaster Yin Dang couldn't help but ask. Yizong Bai glanced at Yizong Xinhua. Brother Han, please don't rush to make a decision. We, the 5 families, are very sincere. You might as well consider it carefully. We won't let you suffer any losses, Yizong Xinhua said to Wang Tung quickly. There's no need to say more. This isn't about money. You should know that for someone like me, money is not a problem. I'm not short of money, Wang Tung said with a faint smile. Yizong Xinhua was speechless. Why did it sound like he was showing off? Guizhong Feng, Yizong Bai, and the others were momentarily stunned. As heads of the 5 major families, they had encountered all kinds of situations, but it was the first time someone had tried to show off in front of them. Unfortunately, they couldn't refute it. Why is that so? Judging from the other party's expertise in mining, making money seemed to be an easy task for him. Someone with such skills certainly wasn't sure of money. Sir, who do you plan to sell it to? Yizong Bai couldn't help but ask. Since it wasn't about money, she was very curious about who he intended to sell the 7-star sage pill. You'll know soon enough, Wang Tung said. Yizong Bai and the others couldn't help but furrow their brows. It seemed he wasn't planning to sell it to them. They exchanged glances, feeling a bit unwilling in their hearts. They didn't want to give up on this 7-star sage pill. Such pills were rare, and if their family could establish a friendship with that mysterious existence using this item, the influence of the 5 burial stars would definitely rise to a new level. Sir Hanju, before you make a decision, we would like to ask you to reconsider. If you are willing to sell the 7-star sage pill to us, not only will you receive 675 chaos coins, but you will also gain the friendship of our families. You will become our honored guest, and in the future, whenever you come to the 5 burial stars, you will be our most esteemed guest." Guizhong Feng spoke, hesitated for a moment, and then took out a token, saying, "This token is called the 5 burial token. Seeing the token is like seeing the 5 burial families. Up to now, we've only given out one. If you agree to sell to us, this token will be yours." Chapter 2251, Alchemy, Saint Elro. 1. The 5 burial token. The onlookers widened their eyes, staring at the 5 burial token in Guizhong Feng's hand, their expressions filled with astonishment. The token was golden, with a front side bearing the symbol of 5 planets, unmistakably representing the 5 burial stars upon closer inspection. The back of the token was engraved with 2 ancient characters, 5 burial. Many people were familiar with this token. As residents of the 5 burial stars, almost everyone had heard of the 5 burial token. There was a legend about a powerful individual who had once assisted the 5 burial family, and in return, he was bestowed with a 5 burial token, becoming the family's best friend. Every time this individual visited the 5 burial stars, he received the highest level of hospitality and could travel freely without any hindrance. All of this was attributed to the power of the 5 burial token. Many people coveted such a token, but until now, only that powerful individual had received one. Others could only dream of it. Yet here, in front of everyone, Guizhong Feng had taken out a 5 burial token. All for the sake of that ancient lost pill, he intended to gift this token to the black-haired youth. People found it difficult to believe. Simultaneously, a tinge of envy and jealousy arose towards Wang Tung. 1 5 burial token. Its simple appearance had caused a momentary lapse in their comprehension. Grandmaster Yun Dang's expression changed slightly. When he saw the 5 burial token, her eyes trembled uncontrollably. The 5 families brought out the 5 burial token for the 7-star sage pill. It was a bold move. Eiling Zhang Mo, Guizhong Yin, Yizong Xinhua, and others stood there in a daze, completely stunned. This matter was beyond their capacity to intervene. Guizhong Yin finally realized how laughable he had been. He had wanted the old man to add another 50 chaos coins just a moment ago, as if 50 chaos coins could resolve this situation. 5 burial token. Wang Tung's eyes lit up when he saw the token. According to Guizhong Feng, obtaining this token would grant him the status of an honored guest among the 5 burial families, achieving the purpose of his visit to the 5 burial stars. No, that wasn't right. Various thoughts flashed through Wang Tung's mind, and he immediately shook his head. If his identity were exposed, relying on just a token wouldn't make the 5 families treat him as an honored guest. The conflicts between the Stellar Arbitration Council and the 5 burial families couldn't be resolved with just a token. If he were Hanju, there would be no problem. But as Wang Tung, everything became uncertain. Even if he held the 5 burial token, the 5 families could still act against him while outwardly showing respect. Although the other party might not treat him badly, he still couldn't truly control the younger generation of the 5 burial stars. This went against his purpose. In a moment, Wang Tung weighed the advantages and disadvantages of the 5 burial token and realized that it didn't align with his goals. His mentality completely calmed down, no longer as eager as before. I almost couldn't resist. Wang Tung shook his head inwardly, realizing his lack of self-control. Wang Tung, I know what you're thinking, but have you considered that even if they treat you with hidden disdain, at least on the surface, they wouldn't dare refuse someone with a 5 burial token? Otherwise, they would be humiliating themselves, and the value of the token would be completely diminished in the future, Roundball commented. I understand, but to me, the value of the 5 burial token is definitely lower than it is for others. So it's not worth a 7-star sage pill, Wang Tung replied. Yes. Roundbally nodded and kept quiet. But if I could obtain the 5 burial token and then have the entire younger generation of the 5 burial stars submit to me, I would almost be able to completely control the younger generation, Wang Tung said. How do you plan to do that? Roundball asked curiously. I plan to obtain the 5 burial token later. For now, Let it be, Wang Tung replied. Mr. Hanju, what do you think? Guizhong Feng's mouth curled into a confident smile as he asked. Leader Guizhong is truly generous. The 5 burial token is very attractive to me, and one also want to be friends with your families. Wang Tung hadn't finished his words when Shozong Liao couldn't help but interject. So, you agree? But Wang Tung suddenly shook his head, causing everyone to tense. He continued, you may not know, but 1 a.m. actually a member of the Secondary Career Alliance. What? Guizhong Feng and the others were immediately stunned. Even Grandmaster Yindang was caught off guard. This young man who found the 7-star Sage Pill was from the Secondary Career Alliance. Seriously? It couldn't be a joke, could it? Ha ha. Just then, laughter rang out from afar. Grandmaster Hanju is indeed a Grandmaster Alchemist of our Secondary Career Alliance. Everyone looked behind them involuntarily. They were shocked. Alchemy Saint Elro. A gasp escaped from Grandmaster Yindang's lips. He stared at the approaching figure, incredulous. Why was Alchemy Saint Elro here? At this moment, everyone's attention was drawn to the elder walking toward them. No one paid much attention to the young man's words from earlier. Alchemy Saint Elro. Guizhong Feng and the others immediately bowed respectfully. They needed to show respect to an alchemy saint. You don't need to be polite. I came here for no other reason than to meet the genius grandmaster of our Secondary Career Alliance. As recommended by some old friends, Alchemy Saint Elro said with a smile. Chapter 2252. Alchemy Saint Elro. 2. A genius grandmaster? At this moment, the crowd suddenly realized, and their gazes turned to Wang Tung in astonishment. What did Alchemy Saint Elro say? Hanju was a grandmaster? Didn't he say that his mining skills haven't reached the grandmaster level yet? Why did Alchemy Saint Elro call him grandmaster? Countless doubts arose in their minds, leaving everyone perplexed. Hongzong Mo, Guizhong Yin, and were even more shocked. This guy was a grandmaster. Yizong Xinhua and Shozong Kaiyun, with a hint of surprise in their beautiful eyes, looked at Wang Tung, and ripples of waves emerged in their hearts. Even Grandmaster Yundang felt incredulous. How could this black-haired youth be a grandmaster? He couldn't tell at all. Alchemy Saint Elro. Wang Tung bowed at Alchemy Saint Elro silently. He didn't expect the Secondary Career Alliance to send an alchemy saint here. It was a great honor. He didn't know that the news of his alchemy achievements had spread to the top echelons of the Secondary Career Alliance. Now, quite a few people knew about his alchemy skills. Of course, this was only limited to the upper echelons of the Secondary Career Alliance, mainly among the few people familiar with alchemy, Saint Tao Yuan. The 7-star Sage Pill was another reason. The reappearance of the long-lost ancient pill was worth a visit from an alchemy saint. Grandmaster Hanju, I've heard other alchemy saints mention you many times. I've always wanted to meet this genius in the field of alchemy. I didn't expect you to pass by the 5 burial stars. It truly delights me. Alchemy Saint Elro said with a smile as he blinked at Wang Tung and shook his hand, offering his support. Wang Tung couldn't help but smile when he saw his subtle expression. This Alchemy Saint Elro was quite amusing. He wanted to conceal his identity, so he had the members of the Secondary Career Alliance cooperate. But unexpectedly, they sent a crafty old actor. It's my honor to be remembered by Alchemy Saint Elro. I am truly delighted, Wang Tung said with a smile. Alchemy Saint Elro smiled and said, one just didn't expect that not only do you have outstanding alchemy skills, but your mining skills are also so profound. You flatter me. One just got lucky. Wang Tung quickly shook his head. Guizhong Feng and the others exchanged glances with one another when they saw Wang Tung and Alchemy Saint Elro chatting happily. Their hearts turned cold. Damn it, there was no chance. This 7-star Sage Pill was undoubtedly going to the Secondary Career Alliance, and they had no say in the matter. Do you plan to give this pill to the Secondary Career Alliance? After chatting for a while, Alchemy Saint Elro spoke seriously. Yes, Wang Ting nodded. The Secondary Career Alliance needs this pill, and one won't hesitate to contribute it. Good, On behalf of the Secondary Career Alliance, I thank you. And for your contribution, the Secondary Career Alliance won't let you go unrewarded, Alchemy Saint Elro assured him. Grandmaster Yundang was speechless when he saw the two of them deciding on the ownership of the 7-star sage pill within a few sentences. All his efforts were in vain. Knowing it would turn out like this, he wouldn't have wasted so much effort. Seriously, why didn't Grandmaster Hanju tell him earlier that he was a member of the Secondary Career Alliance? It made him unnecessarily nervous for so long. Grandmaster Yundang's face was filled with bitterness, unable to resist the urge to complain. Family heads, does anyone have objections to Grandmaster Han Zhu giving this pill to the Secondary Career Alliance? Alchemy Saint Elro turned to Guizhong Feng and the others, asking casually. Guizhong Feng and the others were filled with unwillingness, but they had no choice. The other party was a Grandmaster from the Secondary Career Alliance, and giving the pill to the Secondary Career Alliance was reasonable. What could they say? Could they stop him? That would be openly opposing the Secondary Career Alliance. Well, it seems that this 7-star sage pill is not destined for us, Yizongbai sighed. You don't have to be like this. If we can recover the formula for the 7-star sage pill, you are welcome to come to us for alchemy, Alchemy Saint Elro said. Yizongbai and the others exchanged glances, shaking their heads involuntarily. It wasn't easy to derive the formula from a single pill. Alchemy Saint Era's words were more of a polite gesture. In that case, I'll take my leave. Alchemy Saint Elro smiled slightly, waved his hand, and stored the crystal containing the 7-star sage pill. He was ready to leave. Farewell. Guizhong Feng and the others gave a slight bow, seeing Alchemy Saint off. They'll see Alchemy Saint Elro off, Wang Tung said as he followed. The onlookers watched their departing figures with extremely complex expressions. Who could have expected such a massive turn of events? It almost broke their backs. Guizhong Feng, Yizongbai, and the others shook their heads in disappointment. After all the effort, they still failed to obtain the 7-star sage pill. There was nothing they could do to Wang Tung, as the sacred pill had been taken by the Secondary Career Alliance and was beyond their reach. Hengzong Mo, Guizhong Yin, and the others had mixed feelings, looking at Wang Tung's departing figure with their thoughts drifting. Stupid brat. Guizhong Feng slapped Guizhong Yin's head and shouted, "Why are we gambling for no reason? Such a good thing, but it ended up in someone else's hands. I lost big time." Guizhong Yin felt wronged. What did this have to do with him? Who would have thought that the other party would find such a rare item? Initially, he thought he had struck gold by finding 12 billion worth of yellow spirit gold sand. Little did he expect that compared to the other party, it was nothing at all. Chapter 2253, Alchemy Saint Elro. 3. Has that counselor arrived? After delivering his reprimand, Guizhong Feng inquired. Guizhong Yin, seeing that he had truly angered him, didn't dare to retort. He could only shake his head and said, "I haven't seen anyone. He hasn't arrived yet." Guizhong Feng furrowed his brows, finding it somewhat strange. This is inconsistent with the information we received. He should be arriving soon. Perhaps he encountered some delays on the way, Yizongbai suggested. Let them continue waiting here. Sooner or later, he'll come, Yunzong Xiao said calmly. All right, you guys continue waiting. Notify us immediately if there's any news. Do you hear me? Don't cause any more trouble for me. Guizhong Feng scolded Guizhong Yin, casting him a stern look. Understood. Guizhong Yin took a deep breath, feeling extremely frustrated. Regarding Guizhong Feng Hanju, try to interact with him more. If possible, establish a good relationship with him, Guizhong Feng advised. Guizhong Yin and Hengzong Mo were exasperated. They didn't get along with that guy at all, and now they were being asked to befriend him. Rest assured, Aunt won't have a good relationship with Brother Han, Yizong Xinhua said with a smile. You've done well. Yizongbai nodded approvingly. Fortunately, her niece was more sensible and didn't cause trouble everywhere like Guizhong Yin. My relationship with Brother Han is also good, Shozong Kaiyun asserted, unwilling to be outdone. Very well. Establish a good connection with him. If possible, recruit him. It would be very helpful for us, Shozong Liao said, casting a glance at Izongbai. Shino, don't disappoint me. Izongbai glanced at Shozong Liao provocatively and smiled at Izong Shino. Guizong Yan and Hengzong Mo felt even worse. Izong Shino and Shozong Kaiyun had obtained the approval of their elders. They couldn't say anything and couldn't do anything. If they provoked the other party again, they might even be punished by their elders. Guizong Feng and the others didn't say anything and left the Five Burials Hotel directly. Damn it! Hengzong Mo punched the table beside him, causing it to collapse. Watch your temper. This is an item of our 5 families, not just yours, Shozong Kaiyun scolded angrily. I can't afford to pay. Hengzong Mo choked, almost unable to catch his breath. On the other side, Wang Tung and the alchemy saint walked out of the Five Burials Hotel and arrived at the entrance. They glanced at each other, both revealing a sly smile. Did I play my part well? Alchemy Saint Elro asked using voice transmission. Alchemy Saint Elro, thank you for this. I didn't expect to trouble such an alchemy saint as time, Wang Tung said. The 7-star sage pill is an ancient and lost pill. It's indeed precious. If I didn't come, it would be challenging for other Grandmaster figures to suppress the 5 major families. Alchemy Saint Elro shook his head. Wang Tung nodded thoughtfully. It seemed that the influence of the 5 major families was even more formidable than he had imagined, to the extent that even an alchemy saint valued it so highly. Grandmaster Wang Tung, you've come as a counselor of the Academy Arbitration Association. Be careful, Alchemy Saint Elro reminded. He held high expectations for Wang Tung. A young alchemy genius like him would be a tremendous loss if he were to fall here. I understand. Thank you for the reminder. Wang Tung expressed his gratitude. No need to be polite. One just happened to come out for some fresh air. Alchemy Saint Elro smiled and added, if you can fully comprehend this 7-star sage pill, one hope we can exchange insights. With that, he placed his hand on Wang Tung's hand, discreetly transferring the 7-star sage pill back to him. No one noticed that the pill had returned to Wang Tung's possession. Rest assured, if one can truly decipher the formula, one will share it with you, Wang Tung said. Well then, I should leave. This place is for you young folks, and I'm an old bone that doesn't fit in here. Alchemy Saint Elro chuckled, patting Wang Tung on the shoulder before boarding the flying car, parked nearby. The opulent flying car swiftly soared into the night sky, disappearing from Wang Tung's sight. Wang Tung gazed at the night, turned around, and walked back into the Five Burials Hotel. The night behind him seemed to transform into his backdrop, with a brilliant future ahead and deep darkness behind. With the pill in hand, it was time to plan for obtaining the 5 burial token. Chapter 2254. Did he fool him too much? Poison Boar Race. 1. When Wang Tung returned to the banquet hall, the family heads had already left, leaving only the younger generation. The expressions of those present changed slightly when they saw Wang Tung return. This black-haired youth not only possessed astonishing mining skills, but was also a grandmaster alchemist, signifying a significant and complex identity. Ordinary martial warriors dared not show any disrespect in his presence. Grandmaster Hanju. Several heaven-stage martial warriors couldn't help but bow slightly, expressing their respect for a master. On the sidelines, Trass's gaze was complex. She hadn't expected the young man who had subdued her to have such a special identity. A grandmaster at such a young age, where did this extraordinary talent come from? Suddenly, she remembered Wang Teng's promise. As long as she performed well, he would provide her with the desired cultivation techniques and scriptures. Now it seemed that for a grandmaster, fulfilling such promises was not difficult. Trass's mindset began to undergo a gradual shift, and the resistance in her heart dissipated. Having wealth was impressive, especially a considerable sum like the 675 chaos coins. It stimulated her so much. Since she began her cultivation journey, she had never seen a single chaos coin. Moreover, pledging loyalty to a grandmaster was something she could consider. A Grandmaster had a higher status than a Heaven Stage martial warrior. This was something she, a martial warrior without any foundation, couldn't compare with. Brother Han, you've truly stolen the spotlight this time. Izong Shinua greeted Wang Tung warmly as he returned. Stolen the spotlight, but also gained a lot of trouble. Wang Tung glanced around and shook his head. Seeing Wang Tung's distressed expression, Izong Shinua couldn't help but burst into laughter. Hung Zhangamo, Guizong Yin, and the others felt that he was just showing off, taking advantage, and still acting cute. I thought my celestial spirit leaf would be the ultimate winner, but I didn't expect to lose in the end. Shozong Kaiyun regretfully expressed. Hungzong Mo, Guizong Yin, and Yunzong Xiao suddenly stiffened. At this moment, they suddenly remembered that they lost the ores to the other party. The ores they had deciphered were treasures worth over 10 billion each. Although not as valuable as Shozong Kaiyun's, they were still a considerable sum. Losing like this made them ache. Humbled. Wang Tung chuckled. Brother Han, with your attainments, it should be easy to find various treasures. We finally found treasures like the Celestial Spirit Leaf and the Blue Glow Special Water after so much effort. How about you do us a favor and leave them for us? Shozong Kaiyun's blinked, revealing a pitiful look. She walked to Wang Tung's side, swaying his arm, displaying an unmistakable little daughter posture. At the same time, a pair of plump assets swayed slightly at her chest. Wang Tung felt a little dizzy. Wang Tung glanced briefly, immediately retracting his gaze, appearing calm and serene. Appreciating beautiful things is a human instinct. Seeing this, Izong Shinua cursed silently. She stepped forward, unwilling to lose out. Sister Kaiyun, don't make it difficult for Brother Han. This treasure worth 50 billion UC isn't something you can just abandon. I'm willing to concede defeat. This Blue Glow Special Water is a gift to Brother Han. Hungzong Mo and Guizong Yan's faces turned green, not only because they were going to lose the ores, but also because Shozong Kaiyun and Izong Shinua revealed such charming postures in front of Wang Tung. Which man could endure that? Unfortunately, he had to bear with it even if he couldn't. Their elders had just warned them not to make an enemy of this Hanju and to try and make friends. If they turned around and forgot about it, they would definitely suffer consequences. I concede defeat. It'll give this fire cloud dark, or to Brother Han as well. Yunzong Xiao unexpectedly spoke up. All right. It looks like one have no fate with the Celestial Spirit Leaf, Shozong Kaiyun said in disappointment. Wang Tung smiled faintly and collected all the ores without making a fuss. Hungzong Mo and Guizong Yin felt the corners of their eyes twitching. Brother Han, you just bought a lot of ores. How about you cut them on the spot and let us witness the spectacle? Izong Shinua suddenly suggested. Isn't that inappropriate? Wang Tung pretended to hesitate. No problem. At the Five Burials Hotel, you don't have to worry about safety issues at all, Izong Shinua said. And if you got ores that you don't need, you can sell them directly to us. You won't need to carry them around all the time, making it safer. Sounds good. Wang Tung nodded, took out a few pieces of ore, and said, let's cut a few. However, I can't guarantee that they will all turn out to be valuable. Even with my expertise, I can't ensure 100% accuracy. Of course, Izong Shinua replied. Everyone was about to leave, but seeing that Wang Tung was going to start cutting stones again, they stopped in their tracks. The first piece of ore chosen by Hanju had given everyone a great surprise. The following ores couldn't be too bad. Soon, the second piece of ore was cut. As expected, it increased in value. However, the value wasn't too high, only 3 billion UC, which couldn't compare to the previous one. Next was the third piece, the fourth piece, the fifth piece. In total, 4 pieces were cut, with 2 increasing in value and 2 decreasing. The ores that increased in value were worth no more than 10 billion. No one was disappointed. They finally acknowledged it wholeheartedly. Wang Tung gambled on a total of 6 pieces of ore, with 4 increasing and 2 decreasing in value. With such odds, how many mining engineers could surpass Hanju? What more did they want? Chapter 2255. Did he fool him too much? Poison boar race. 2. Let's stop here, Wang Tong said, not planning to continue gambling on oars. He smiled as he put away the pieces of oar. It was about time to stop. Cutting further would reveal too much. I've also grown tired of this. There are many performances at the banquet. It'll take you to see them, Yizong Xinhua said with a meaningful look at Wang Tong, smiling. Okay. Wang Tong nodded and followed Yizong Xinhua and the others towards the front. People around gradually dispersed, but still chattered excitedly about Wang Tong, whom they referred to as Grandmaster Hanju. Our slave competition here is unique. Do you want to take a look? Shozong Kaiyun asked. Slave competition. Wang Tong's eyes flashed as if he saw attribute bubbles beckoning to him. He nodded immediately and said, Sure, let's go take a look. This way. Shozong Kaiyun led the way, passing through the crowd. Wang Tong saw a large group of people gathered, seemingly auctioning off some special items like weapons, elixirs, exotic flowers, and fruits. With keen spiritual perception, Wang Tong saw that the auction items weren't anything extraordinary. He lost interest and followed Shozong Kaiyun and the others directly forward. Soon, they arrived at a massive arena. This arena was situated in the central part of the Five Burials Hotel, but now it had been elevated into the air, visible directly from the banquet hall below. This elevated area had a semicircular shape, allowing half of the region to have a direct view of the arena. Wang Tong and his companions had now arrived on this side. There were seats in the hall, allowing spectators to sit and enjoy the show. On the elevated arena, two figures were engaged in a fierce battle. The booming sounds were contained within a defensive light barrier, ensuring that they didn't reach the outside. Many people had already taken their seats in the hall, eagerly watching the ongoing duel. Wang Tong and his group found a place to sit, and then turned their attention to the figures in the arena. To Wang Tong's surprise, one of the figures turned out to be an Ice Element Cosmo Stage martial warrior. The use of ice force almost froze the entire arena, displaying considerable power. The other martial warrior wasn't ordinary either. He was a poison and fire element martial warrior. A faint green, flame-like force enveloped his body, holding him aloft and resisting the surrounding ice force. Both of them were special attribute martial warriors. The Ice Element Martial Warrior is from the Ice Fairy clan, and the Dual Element Martial Warrior with Poison and Fire is from the Poison Boar clan. Yizong Xinhua explained with a smile, seeing Wang Tong's apparent interest. Ice Fairy clan. Wang Tong's eyes lit up. He was surprised. This Ice Element Warrior is actually from the Ice Fairy clan. In the vast universe, there were countless races. Some races didn't have distinct physical differences from ordinary human races, but possessed special talents. The Ice Fairy clan, for example, looked similar to ordinary humans, but had distinctive ice blue long hair. Many Ice Element warriors exhibited their exceptional talents openly, much like Lung Qianxue. Therefore, based on appearance alone, it was nearly impossible to distinguish their races. Wang Tong hadn't expected the warrior in the arena to be a member of the Ice Fairy clan. The universe stage Ice Fairy from earlier was still trapped in his devour space, not fully digested until now. He wondered what surprises this Ice Fairy clan warrior might bring. Unfortunately, Wang Tong's ice element talent had already reached the immortal level, making it impossible for ordinary warriors to drop corresponding attributes. His attention then shifted to the other warrior. Poison Boar race. The name sounded a bit strange to him. Wang Tong scrutinized the Poison Boar clan warrior with a peculiar expression. The appearance of this Poison Boar clan member was far from commendable. Similar to the pig-human race, they appeared extremely fierce. A pair of ferocious fangs protruded from its mouth like two small sickles, glinting with a chilling light. Between these fangs was a very conspicuous pig's nose. This kind of race naturally wouldn't have a pleasant appearance. Poison Boar race is a race with outstanding talent in poison manipulation. They look fierce and have considerable strength. It wasn't easy for us to capture a Poison Boar race slave, Shozong Kaiyun explained. The strength is decent, Wang Ting nodded. However, he's just a slave. Such slaves appear every once in a while here. His strength is good among ordinary martial warriors, but it's nothing special compared to us, Hongzong Mo sneered. Brother Han is a universe explorer, so you must have seen many martial warriors from different races, right? Guizhong Yan's eyes flickered, unable to resist asking. I haven't seen the poison boar race, but one did encounter a universe stage ice fairy, Wang Tong said with a faint smile. Oh, a universe stage martial warrior from the Ice Fairy clan. How strong is he? Yunzong Xiao asked curiously. When I encountered that ice fairy, he was in a fierce battle with a terrifying behemoth on a planet. The beast was shrouded in purple-black mist, making it indistinguishable, but it was extremely formidable. With a casual attack, the planet collapsed and the void collapsed. The ice fairy was exceptionally powerful, freezing everything with a lift of his hand. The battle lasted for 10 days and nights. Wang Tong started to fabricate, drawing everyone's attention. And then, Yizong Xinhua asked eagerly. Hongzong Mo, Guizhong Yan, and the others also looked at Wang Tong, apparently curious about the outcome. They wanted to mock Wang Tong, but they got attracted by his story instead. Then that universe stage, Ice Fairy. Wang Tong began to pause, enjoying the anticipation in their eyes. He then continued. Fell to his demise. Fell to his demise. Hongzong Mo and others were stunned, feeling regret. What was that behemoth? It killed a universe stage ice fairy, Yizong Xinhua exclaimed. I don't know. Wang Tong shook his head. One was only at the celestial stage at that time, so one didn't dare to get close. When I saw the universe stage ice fairy being killed, one immediately fled. You were only at the celestial stage at that time. They exchanged glances with one another and stared at Wang Tong in astonishment. Did this fellow become a universe explorer at the celestial stage? When they were at the celestial stage, they were still under the protection of their family. They couldn't compare to him at all. Hongzong Mo, Guizhong Yan, and the others were stunned. They felt that they were being crushed. I had no choice. Wang Tong shook his head, looking regretful. This expression was not faked. He genuinely felt regret. If he could, he wouldn't have chosen such a life-and-death struggle. He nearly died at that time. Could that behemoth be a legendary universe behemoth? Yunzong Xiao suddenly said. I also speculated that, but it never got to see its true appearance. It's regrettable. Wang Tong shook his head. No one knew better than him that the behemoth was the Devour Nihility beast, but that was a huge secret he couldn't reveal to outsiders. Brother Han's experiences truly command my admiration. Yunzong Xiao suddenly stood up, bowing to Wang Tong and saying, One apologize for my previous disrespect. Wang Tong was bewildered. He looked at the other party strangely. Did he fool him too much? Brother Yunzong, you're too serious. Wang Ting also stood up and returned the bow, saying hurriedly. Regardless, the fact that he could apologize was enough for Wang Tong to view him in a better light. Hongzong Mo and Guizhong Yan looked at each other, feeling even more stifled. Although they were also greatly shocked, apologizing to this guy was impossible. As they spoke, the battle in the arena reached its conclusion. Seizing an opportunity, the poison boar race martial warrior condensed spear-like weapons with his force and thrust them toward the ice fairy. Boom! A thunderous sound reverberated within the protective barrier as the Ice Fairy Clan warrior was severely injured, spewing blood. The poison boar race martial warriors won. Many people were surprised. Wang Tong's eyes flashed with a peculiar light. As the protective barrier dissipated and the two slaves were escorted away, he immediately swept out his spiritual power, picking up the attribute bubbles on the arena. Chapter 2256. I don't need to explain anything to you. 1. Wang Tong released his spiritual kinesis and picked up all the attribute bubbles in the arena. Ice Constellation Force *8500 Cosmos Realm Spirit *3000 Universe Realm Enlightenment *3600 Ice Blast *2000 Poison Constellation Force *2 Fire Constellation Force asterisk 8200 Cosmos Realm Spirit asterisk 3400 Universe Realm Enlightenment asterisk 4000 Poison Curse Flame Spear asterisk 2500. One by one, the attribute bubbles merged into Wang Tung's mind and body. Some transformed into force, some into spirit and enlightenment, while others directly became insights. Suddenly, 3 of Wang Tang's forces experienced a significant enhancement. Constellation Fire Force, 500/70,000, Cosmos Stage 7th Level. Ice Constellation Force, 16100/40,000, Cosmos Stage 4th Level. Poison Constellation Force, 54500/90,000, Cosmos Stage 9th Level. Among them, the Constellation Fire Force directly broke through from the 6th level to the 7th level, advancing a level. Previously, after defeating Occam and obtaining numerous attribute bubbles, the Constellation Fire Force had increased significantly but did not break through. This time, gaining 8,200 points of attribute value pushed it to the edge of a breakthrough. Wang Ting looked at the changes to his attributes board and nodded in satisfaction. Next was the increase in his spirit and enlightenment. It wasn't much, but it was an increase. Spirit, 218,500/300000, Cosmos Realm. Enlightenment, 292100/300000, Universe Realm. Wang Tung looked at the changes in the 2 types of attribute values, and his heart trembled slightly, especially for the enlightenment attribute. It had unconsciously reached the peak of the Universe Realm. It was just a small step away from breaking through. He couldn't help but feel excited. After the Universe Realm, the next step should be the Eternal Realm. If he reached the Eternal Realm, his enlightenment would be terrifying. No one would believe that a Cosmos Stage martial warrior possessed Eternal Realm enlightenment. Every martial warrior typically would undergo a transformation in life, spirit, and enlightenment as their stage advanced. Only some martial warriors with great talent had stronger spirit and enlightenment than others. But such prodigies were very rare. To achieve Eternal Realm enlightenment in the Cosmos Stage was even rarer. This was a colossal threshold akin to the unbridgeable gap between the Universe Stage and the Eternal Stage. Wang Tung was about to cross this threshold, and he couldn't help but anticipate it. He wondered what changes would occur when his enlightenment reached the Eternal Realm. Aside from that, there were 2 particularly special attribute bubbles. Both of these attribute bubbles were battle techniques. At this moment, 2 humanoid shadows appeared in Wang Tung's mind. A humanoid figure executed a spear technique, thrusting forward with a terrifying ice-blue radiance erupting in an instant. Amid a horrifying explosion, the void trembled, and the surroundings were instantly frozen. The other humanoid figure was surrounded by eerie green flames, which condensed into a series of green flame spears, emitting a mysterious aura. As the figure's large hand waved, the green flame spears condensed from the eerie green flames shot out violently, piercing through the void and appearing in the distance, exploding with a resounding boom. Waves of green flame spread, sweeping across the void, engulfing even the starry sky. Ice Blast! A flash of realization crossed Wang Tung's eyes, and he couldn't help but smile. He hadn't expected to encounter this battle technique here. He had obtained this battle technique from another ice fairy before. Now, he received the corresponding attribute bubbles. It was not bad. Ice Blast, Universe Stage 1200/3000, well-versed, originally at the foundation level, it had now been elevated to the well-versed stage. This increase in mastery significantly boosted Wang Tang's proficiency in the skill. This was a Universe Stage battle technique, so achieving proficiency in it was a cause for Wang Tung's delight. The other battle technique came from the martial warrior from the Poison Boar race. It was a Universe Stage battle technique, too, extremely mysterious and powerful. Poison Curse Flame Spear, Universe Stage 1500/3000. Well-versed, Wang Tung gained 2,500 attribute points, directly raising his proficiency in the skill from foundation to well-versed. As he mastered this martial skill, a peculiar and eerie green light flashed in his eyes, sending shivers down one's spine. He liked this martial skill. The poison curse flame spear not only incorporated the eerie and poisonous power of the poison force, but also possessed the dominance and scorching heat of the fire force. If one were hit by it, even a heaven-stage martial warrior would likely suffer severe injuries. Perfect for ambushing, Wang Tung chuckled inwardly. He now had one more skill for his ambushing techniques, a cause for celebration. Fortunately, he was a multi-elemental martial artist, mastering both poison and fire forces. Otherwise, if an ordinary martial warrior acquired this skill, they might not be able to use it and would be left helpless. The whole process took only a few breaths. As the two slaves were taken away, Izong Shinua smiled and asked, "Brother Han, how did you find the battle between those two slaves?" "Not bad, quite entertaining. One is from the Poison Boar race, while the other is from the Ice Fairy clan. It seems like they were displaying their respective racial martial skills just now." Wang Ting nodded and replied with a smile. "Exactly." Shozong Kaiyun couldn't help but interject. Their race's battle techniques are incredibly powerful. Judging by the strength they displayed, it's at least at the universe stage. Unfortunately, their skills are protected by racial inheritance, and we cannot learn them. Racial inheritance protection? Wang Tung was slightly stunned. It was the first time he had heard of such a concept, and it intrigued him. Chapter 2257. I don't need to explain anything to you. 2. This is a kind of bloodline restriction. They cannot pass on their martial skills and techniques to individuals outside their own race. Otherwise, they would die instantly. Izong Shinua looked at Shozong Kaiyun with a smile as she explained. "Oh, really?" Wang Tung was quite surprised. He had been relying on picking up attributes and had obtained many techniques and scriptures, including quite a few from various special races, without feeling any difficulty. Yet, Izong Shinua and the others told him that acquiring scriptures and battle techniques from others' racial inheritances was quite challenging. This was a little awkward. It turned out that he had significant misunderstandings and misconceptions all along. It wasn't the world that was wrong, but him. "Brother Han, don't know about this?" Izong Shinua and the others were also very surprised to see his reaction. This was basic knowledge. As a universe explorer, how could he not know? Something felt off. Cough. Those skills look pretty easy to learn. Wang Tung, facing their strange looks, also realized his mistake. His eyes turned, and he quickly coughed. Easy to learn. Hungzong Mo and the others seemed to hear something incredibly amusing. The inheritance, scriptures, and techniques of those races were not of low levels. Even if one obtained the inheritance, it was not necessarily easy to quickly learn them. This guy actually said they were easy to learn. Easy to learn? Why don't you try learning one? Guizong Yin couldn't help but sneer. Wang Ting glanced at him and suddenly realized that this was the best way to rectify his mistake. A smile appeared at the edge of his lips. This was a great opportunity. He cooperated well. Wang Ting almost wanted to give Guizong Yin a big thumbs up. Well done. Then he raised his palms slightly, and the fire and poison force emerged, intertwining and slowly condensing into several ethereal green flame spears in his palm. These spears were not as large as the ones the Poison Boar race martial warrior displayed earlier. They were only the size of Wang Tung's palm, lacking the terrifying power, but they emitted the same eerie aura. The prodigies of the 5 major families present were utterly dumbfounded, as if they had seen a ghost. Their eyes widened in disbelief. "Isn't this quite simple?" Wang Ting glanced at them and smiled lightly. This Hungzong Mo, Guizong Yin, and the others didn't know what to say. They found it absurd. Did he really learn the battle technique of the Poison Boar race? Just by looking at it for a moment, he learned it? "Brother Han, you didn't learn this martial skill before, did you?" Izong Shinua couldn't help but ask. "No. As you said, this is a legacy of the Poison Boar race. Where could I have learned it?" Wang Tung replied. "But this, it's too unbelievable." Izong Shinua smiled bitterly. No matter who it was impossible to believe such a thing. Just by looking at it, could someone really learn a martial skill like this? Oomph. I'm afraid this martial skill is just an imitation, merely superficial. It may not be able to unleash much power. Guizong, Yin refused to admit Wang Tung's talent. You don't believe it, and I can't do anything about it. Wang Tung smiled faintly, waving his hand to disperse the ethereal green flame spears as if they had never appeared. I think you can't explain it. That's why you hurriedly dispersed it. Guizong Yin scoffed. I don't need to explain anything to you. Wang Ting shook his head and said indifferently. Then he turned his head and stopped paying attention to him. This guy had been snide and irritating from the beginning. He was truly annoying, like a fly buzzing around his ears. If it weren't for trying to win over the talents of the 5 major families, he wouldn't have wasted time here with Guizong Yin. He wanted Wang Tong to explain? On what grounds? You, Guizong Yin, seeing Wang Tong's disdainful expression, felt somewhat embarrassed and angry, but he didn't dare to escalate the situation. For some reason, he just couldn't stand the black-haired youth in front of him, even though his elders warned him not to offend the other party. All right, let's continue watching the slave competition. The next batch of slaves is about to come out. Izong Xinhua immediately stepped in to mediate the situation. She was somewhat resentful that Guizong Yin was causing trouble for no reason, but since it was an order from elders, she didn't want to make the atmosphere too tense. Boom! However, at this moment, a rumbling sound suddenly came from below. The entire 5 Burials hotel trembled, and many people looked in surprise toward the direction of the arena. The sound seemed to be coming from below the stage. What's happening? Hongzong Mo and the others stood up abruptly and frowned. Boom! Another round of rumbling echoed out as the arena collapsed, and countless stone fragments exploded into the sky. At this moment, the arena had not activated its protective shield. While the materials on top were indeed sturdy, under the impact of tremendous force, they still shattered. Hongzong Mo, Guizong Yin, and Izong Xinhuo's expressions changed slightly. Retreat. Izong Xinhua grabbed Wang Tung and retreated. At the same time, several dark figures shot up from the shattered stones of the arena, emitting a dense aura of death. Roar! Roar! Kill! Roars echoed as the dark figures let out furious shouts, locking their hostile gazes onto Wang Tung and the others. No, it was more accurate to say that their target was Hongzong Mo, Guizong Yin, and the other talents from the 5 families. Oh no, these are the slaves. Yunzong Xiao's expression changed as he shouted. Damn it, these slaves dare to rebel. Guizong Yan's expression darkened. Boom! Without much time to think, the dark figures instantly closed in on them, unleashing various attacks. In an instant, force explosions resounded in the surroundings. Blade energies, sword energies, fist imprints, palm imprints, and many other attacks shot toward Hongzong Mo and the others. In their haste, Hongzong Mo and the others could not afford to be distracted. They had to unleash the force within their bodies and strive to fend off the attacks. Boom! 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 However, everything happened too suddenly, and the group was instantly pushed back by the powerful onslaught. The poison boar race martial warrior locked onto Izong Xinhua, revealing a sinister expression filled with hatred. The force within him erupted, condensing into the poison curse flames spear and slamming towards them. Brother Han, retreat behind me. Izong Xinhua wasn't to be underestimated either. As a prodigy of the Izong family, she released the wood force within her, quickly forming a palm imprint to counter the incoming attack. Boom! The collision of their attacks erupted into a terrifying explosion, and shockwaves of force rippled out in all directions. Izong Xinhuo's expression changed slightly as she was forced several steps back. Her palm throbbed with pain, and upon inspecting it, she noticed eerie green threads forming on her hand. Oomph! Daring to directly face my poison curse flame spear, you're seeking death. A hoarse and resentful voice emanated from the poison boar race martial warrior. He glared at Izong Xinhua coldly. Then, showing no hesitation, he surged forward once again, declaring, so-called talents of the 5 major families are nothing special. Die! He abruptly extended his palm, reaching towards Yizong Shina. It seemed he didn't intend to kill her outright, but instead aimed to capture her alive. You can't escape. Yizong Xinyuo's expression shifted, realizing that the poison boar race martial warrior's battle technique was extremely formidable. However, she hadn't expected it to be so overwhelming, especially considering the warrior's strength, which seemed no less than her own at the pinnacle of the cosmos stage. In such a confined space, the sudden assault caught them off guard, and Yizong Shinua found herself at a disadvantage, especially after being poisoned. Her strength had diminished, and she wasn't sure if she could contend with the opponent. Let's go. Yizong Shinua grabbed Wang Tung's hand, intending to dash out of the 5 Burials Hotel. Once outside, it would be much more challenging for the opponent to capture her. Once the formidable members of the 5 families reacted, these slaves wouldn't stand a chance. Don't rush. Let me test the strength of this poison boar race martial warrior. Wang Tung smiled faintly, raising his other hand to the front. The green flame coalesced into a spear. Then he uttered a single word, "Go!" Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. A series of breaking air sounds echoed as the green flame-formed spear shot forward. How was this possible? The poison boar race martial warrior's face changed drastically, staring in disbelief at the rapidly approaching green flame spear. Chapter 2258, Black Skull Universe Pirates. 1. The appearance of the poison curse flame spear left the martial warriors of the opposing poison boar race momentarily stunned. However, with their rich combat experience, especially during the time they were enslaved, they faced life-and-death situations many times, quickly regaining their composure. Roar! A furious roar erupted from their leader, and as the seemingly identical legacy battle technique approached, a fierce glint flashed in his eyes. The poison and fire force surged within him, once again condensing into the poison curse flame spear. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In an instant, these poison curse flame spears directly clashed with the oncoming attack. He didn't believe the opponent mastered the poison curse flame spear. It was probably just imitation. The true power of the poison curse flame spear wasn't something easily learned. At this moment, the poison boar race martial warriors had the same thoughts as Guizongyan. They couldn't help but deceive themselves. This situation was a bit unimaginable. Which martial warrior could learn someone else's martial technique with just a glance? Even eternal stage martial warriors couldn't achieve such a feat. It was unrealistic and against the principles of martial arts. Wang Teng could somewhat guess their thoughts, and all he could respond with was 2 words. Ha-ha! Boom! The next moment, the 2 attacks collided, and 2 clusters of emerald green flames erupted, swirling and spreading in all directions. The constant clashes of the emerald green flames created a deadlock between the 2 sides. However, soon after, the emerald green flames on the side of the poison boar race martial warrior began to retreat steadily. It was like 2 poisonous creatures engaged in a battle, but with different levels of strength. One side was bound to fall into a disadvantage sooner or later. The leader of the poison boar race martial warrior showed a slight change in expression, displaying disbelief. His poison curse flame spear was inferior to the opponent's. Was this a joke? A mocking curve appeared at the corner of Wang Tung's mouth. Although his mastery of the poison curse flame spear was only at a well-versed level, it was superior to the opponent's. The poison force contained within was the poison of the demon lotus poison body, far surpassing ordinary poison force. The power of flames, likewise, was not ordinary fire, but a fusion of several beast flames. With the combined influence of these 2 special powers, the opponent's poison curse flame spear naturally couldn't match up to Wang Tung's version. It could be said that these techniques, when wielded by Wang Tung, often exhibited a power far greater than their original owner. The emerald green flames recoiled as if being swept back by a violent wind. The expression on the poison boar race martial warrior's face turned unpleasant, tinged with a hint of panic. He quickly withdrew, but it was too late. Boom! The emerald green flames directly engulfed him, and a miserable scream echoed. The poison boar race martial warrior was wrapped in flames, struggling futilely to dispel the fire. As the flames burned, numerous emerald green patterns instantly appeared on his body, spreading from his neck to his face. They were remarkably similar to the patterns on Yizong Xinuo's palm. Yizong Xinuo was completely stunned. This was the opponent's legacy battle technique. Identical. Even the effects were so eerily similar. She couldn't help but glance at her palm, then looked at the poison boar race martial warrior struggling in front of her. She was unable to suppress a shiver. This martial technique was so terrifying. If completely enveloped, she might end up looking like this. At the same time, Hongzong Mo, Guizong Yin, and the others saw this scene too. They were astounded. Did he really learn the battle technique of the poison boar race? Tun Shan. A shout erupted from the mouths of several slaves, a mix of shock and anger. They hadn't expected their comrade to be dealt with so easily, resulting in a significant loss of their fighting strength. You can't escape. Hongzong Mo blocked an attack from one of the slaves and shouted. These slaves had a good plan. They wanted to catch the talents of the 5 families and force them to submit to them. That way they could escape. Unfortunately, they underestimated the strength of the 5 families' rising stars. Even though the slaves outnumbered them, they couldn't completely subdue them for the time being. Oomph. A cold snort suddenly echoed, and 3 Heaven Stage slaves rushed in from behind. These slaves were originally imprisoned in the underground dungeons of the 5 Burials Hotel, but for some reason, they escaped. Now, even Heaven Stage slaves appeared. It seemed like the hotel's defenders were either killed or restrained, temporarily unable to break free. Make way! One of the Heaven Stage martial warriors had a stern expression, his gaze fixed on Hongzong Mo and the others. This was their only chance, and there was no room for error. Damn it! Hongzong Mo, Guizong Yin, and the others had a slight change in expression. They were ultimately separated by a major realm from the Heaven Stage. What's more, there were 3 Heaven Stage martial warriors. Even if they could engage in cross-dire battles, they couldn't guarantee victory. Moreover, these slaves possessed a fierce determination to fight to the death, making them even more terrifying than ordinary warriors. They were forced into a corner, with no choice but to fight desperately for a glimmer of hope. Facing such opponents was undoubtedly the most terrifying. Boom! A Heaven Stage martial warrior pressed his hand down and congregated his force into a palm imprint. He wanted to suppress the 3 martial warriors. Hongzong Mo, Guizong Yin, and the others immediately felt an immense force pushing down on them, veins bulging on their foreheads. Get lost! An angry roar came out of Guizong Yin's mouth. He was burning with anger. As a talent, he wouldn't allow himself to be suppressed by a bunch of slaves. The next moment, a war blade appeared in his hand. He slashed it out with a terrifying blaze of flames. Boom! The palm imprint was unexpectedly blocked in midair, and cracks even appeared on it. Chapter 2259, Black Skull Universe Pirates. Dude, let's go. Taking advantage of the rebound force, Guizong Yin, along with Hongzong Mo, Yunzong Xiao, and others, rushed toward the outside of the 5 Burials Hotel. Crack! The surrounding walls, under their attacks, crumbled like tofu, directly shattered, and the group rushed out in an instant. Trying to escape? Killing intent shot out of a Heaven Stage martial warrior's eyes. He wielded a war sword and unleashed his martial technique, slamming it towards the group. Don't kill them! Another Heaven Stage martial warrior shouted. Don't hold back. These are the rising stars of the 5 major families. Holding back won't stop them. The cold voice of the Heaven Stage martial warrior echoed. Boom! His martial technique transformed into waves of sword energy, containing the power of his domain. It enveloped Hongzong Mo and the others, attempting to draw them into his domain. The 3rd Heaven Stage martial warrior attacked Wang Teng. Wang Teng's previous actions made them realize that this young man possessed exceptional strength, so they dared not underestimate him. The Heaven Stage martial warrior wielded a battle axe, resembling a warrior with bear-like characteristics, covered in dark fur, exuding a savage and ferocious aura. Boom! The bear race Heaven Stage martial warrior swung his axe, and a terrifying earthy yellow axe aura descended like an overwhelming force, shattering the furnishings inside the hotel. The attack hadn't fully landed, yet the surroundings couldn't withstand it. This was the terror of a Heaven Stage warrior. The various construction materials of the Five Burials Hotel were exceptionally sturdy, but under relentless assault, they proved as fragile as paper. The entire luxurious building trembled and crumbled, succumbing to the overwhelming force. In the encompassing influence of the axe aura, Izong Xinhua and Shozong Kaiyun found themselves within its range. The weighty and razor-sharp axe aura caused their expressions to turn grave. More importantly, a field had formed within the attack, descending upon them. Disregarding the destruction unfolding around them, the two women exchanged a glance and simultaneously unleashed their attacks, both infused with the power of their respective domains. They met the oncoming assault head-on. Boom! The collision of the two forces echoed through the air, resonating with thunderous roars. The Heaven Stage martial warrior's expression changed as his full-force attack was unexpectedly blocked. "Let's go!" Izong Xinhua uttered a light command, evading falling debris as she charged outside. With a flash in his eyes, Wang Ting swiftly followed suit. In the end, the three Heaven Stage martial warriors failed to impede them. The group instantly appeared outside the collapsed hotel. Meanwhile, the other warriors inside the hotel finally reacted, scattering in panic and avoiding any prolonged stay in the vicinity. While the strength of the warriors here was beyond that of the Cosmos Stage, not everyone could contend with these slaves. Being slaves didn't mean that they were weak. Despite being slaves, their strength and decisiveness exceeded that of ordinary warriors precisely because of their enslaved status. The countenances of the three Heaven Stage martial warriors turned unsightly as they paid no heed to the other warriors, directly rushing towards Hongzong Mo and the others. Boom! The entire Five Burials Hotel finally collapsed, reduced to a sprawling ruin that sent clouds of dust swirling into the night sky. Outside the now-ruined Five Burials Hotel, the night was deep, and shadows dashed in disarray in the wake of the destruction. Beep, beep, beep. At this very moment, a series of piercing alarm sounds reverberated through the skies above the Five Burial Stars, leaving everyone in a state of bewilderment. One wave of chaos followed another. What happened? Hongzong Mo and the others wore solemn expressions as they gazed up at the night sky, their pupils contracting in response. Standing in the void, Wang Tung, too, raised his head in surprise. Across thousands of kilometers, with his keen vision, he quickly identified the symbols on the colossal spacecraft that had appeared. There was a Black Skull symbol on the spacecraft. Black Skull Universe Pirates. A cry of shock echoed from the surroundings, indicating that some recognized the origin of these spacecraft. Black Skull Universe Pirates? Wang Tung was stunned. Hongzong Mo, Izong Xinhua, and the others' expressions had turned extremely grim. They had never expected the notorious Black Skull Universe Pirates to show up at the fifth burial star. Had they gone mad? Wang Tung, this Black Skull Universe Pirates team isn't simple. Round Ball's voice suddenly appeared in Wang Tung's mind with a hint of seriousness. Oh, they're quite significant. Wang Tung raised an eyebrow, inquiring. The Black Skull Universe Pirates are one of the three largest pirate groups in the Phantom Drift territorial domain. Alongside the Red Dragon Universe Pirates and the White Knight Universe Pirates, they are renowned as the most formidable pirate groups. The group boasts many powerful warriors, making them unrivaled in the Phantom Drift territorial domain. Few dare to provoke them, Round Ball explained. So they're that formidable. Wang Tung was astonished. Yes, just look at the expressions on Hongzong Mo and the others. The fact that even the rising stars of the 5 major families are showing such terrified looks speaks volumes about the fearsome reputation of the Black Skull Universe pirates, Roundball said. Wang Ting glanced at them and silently nodded. The 5 burial stars was thrown into complete chaos. The arrival of the Black Skull Universe pirates plunged the entire 5 burial stars into utter chaos. Figures emerged from the spacecraft of the Black Skull Universe pirates, floating beyond the void. Clad in fearsome battle armor, and with the Black Skull emblem adorning the chest of their armor, they exuded a fierce and menacing aura. Ha ha! At this moment, hearty laughter resonated from beneath the ruins of the 5 Burials Hotel. Hongzong Mo and the others furrowed their brows, casting their gaze towards the wreckage of the hotel. A figure emerged, breaking through the debris and soaring into the air, surrounded by a group of warriors. Leading them was a young man with a pair of black curved horns on his head, reminiscent of antelope horns. Wang Ting suddenly remembered the sheep-head devil race dark apparition he saw in the past. However, this young man didn't have a sheep's head. He looked no different from a normal human except for a pair of sheep horns. Isn't this the slave we captured recently? Yizong Shina seemed to recall something, murmuring under her breath. It's him. Hongzong Mo and the others had encountered this young man not long ago, so his appearance was still fresh in their minds. Who are you? Guizong Yin frowned and asked. Who am I? The young man with black curved horns wore a cold expression, chuckling disdainfully. You don't know who I am, yet you dare to capture me. Truly ignorant. Did you bring the Black Skull Universe pirates here? Yunzong Shao asked with a darkened expression, not entirely clueless. The young man with black curved horns radiated a cold light in his eyes. Unfortunately, it's too late. You, the 5 Burials family, have quite the audacity to treat me as a slave. His eyes revealed an unquenchable hatred. This was the greatest humiliation he had endured in his life. Without making the 5 burial stars pay a sufficient price, his burning rage would not be appeased. Who are you? Hongzong Mo's expression turned solemn as he asked in a deep voice. At this point, he had cursed the entire family of those who had captured slaves countless times. Were these people blind? Before capturing someone, shouldn't they investigate thoroughly? Now they brought back such massive trouble. He wondered how much damage it will inflict upon the 5 burial stars. Who I am is none of your business. You only need to know that the 5 burial stars must pay a price for this. The young man with black, curved horns waved his hand grandly and declared coldly, Attack! Capture these rising stars of the 5 major families. One want them to taste the bitterness of becoming slaves. Yes. The surrounding slaves immediately responded respectfully. Originally destined to become slaves themselves, these individuals were saved by the young man with black curved horns. He promised to let them join the Black Skull Universe pirates, so naturally they were willing to fight for him. As members of the Phantom Drift territorial domain, few were unaware of the might of the Black Skull Universe pirates. Although notorious as a pirate group, not just anyone could join their ranks. Being slaves, the opportunity to join the Black Skull Universe pirates was a stroke of tremendous luck. For them, it was a chance to seek vengeance against the 5 burial stars, making the Black Skull Universe pirates the perfect ally. These enslaved warriors immediately charged towards Hongzong Mo and the others, their eyes filled with hatred. Even without much prompting from the young man with black curved horns, they were determined to capture the rising stars of the 5 major families and seek vengeance for themselves. Boom, boom, boom. Chapter 2260. Forgive me for being direct, but you're not qualified. One boom, boom, boom. Surrounded by enslaved warriors, relentless attacks seemed to rain down upon Hongzong Mo and the others, leaving them struggling to cope. Most notably, there were even heaven-stage martial warriors among them. Even for the formidable rising stars of the 5 major families, breaking free in such circumstances proved to be a daunting task. Yizong Xinhua and the others had ugly expressions on their faces. This black-horned young man wanted to capture them as his slaves. He was audacious. Despite being members of the Black Skull Universe pirates, it mattered little to them. As the rising stars of the 5 burial stars, they would not allow a mere pirate group to humiliate them. Wearing a wry smile, Wang Tung couldn't help but feel exasperated. What started as a seemingly simple slave uprising had unexpectedly drawn the attention of the notorious Black Skull Universe pirates. It was indeed an unfortunate twist of fate. He was just here to attend a banquet. He had never anticipated getting entangled in such an affair. A slave uprising of this magnitude likely hadn't occurred at the 5 Burials Hotel in many years. Yet, the moment he came, he encountered one. To make matters worse, they were now facing the Black Skull Universe Pirates, one of the 3 major pirate groups. The situation took a bizarre turn when it was revealed that the 5 Burial Stars had captured members of the Black Skull Universe Pirates. It looked like the 5 Burial Stars had met their match. As the saying goes, walk by the river often, and your shoes will get wet. The 5 Burial Stars was notorious for capturing slaves, acting recklessly without any restraint. Encountering a tough opponent or two wasn't out of the realm of possibility. However, the trouble they stirred up this time seemed to involve someone quite formidable. The problem lay in the fact that the grudge between the Black-Horned Youth and the 5 Burial Stars seemed unrelated to Wang Tung. But the other party didn't see it that way. He killed the martial warriors from the Poison Boar race, causing the slaves to believe that he was with the 5 Burial Stars. Wang Tung felt helpless, finding himself caught in an undeserved predicament. Unfortunately, there was no time for further deliberation. Action had to be taken. Wang Tung was not particularly afraid of the opposing forces. In terms of strength, the warriors present were nothing more than fodder. None of the Heaven Stage martial warriors among them posed a real threat. As for Universe Stage martial warriors, the 5 Burial Stars was not to be underestimated. In addition to Universe Stage martial warriors, there were also hidden Eternal Stage beings. While the Black Skull Universe pirates were undoubtedly formidable, there was no guarantee they could overpower the 5 Burial Stars. However, their sudden arrival would undoubtedly cause significant losses for the 5 Burial Stars. Just as these thoughts raced through Wang Tung's mind, a group of formidable figures shot into the void. The powerful individuals of the 5 Burial Stars had arrived. Activate the star concealing array. A resounding command echoed across the 5 Burial Stars. Boom! A hum reverberated as a terrifying formation, with the 5 planets as its foundation, was instantly activated. If observed from the vastness of space, a circular, pitch-black array enveloped the 5 planets, isolating them with a curtain of black light. "It's the old guys!" Guizong, Yin exclaimed, a hint of joy flickering in his eyes. The young man with black, curved horns snorted. "You can't escape. This is our territory. It's not your place to create trouble," declared Yunzong Xiao in a cold tone. "The 5 Burial Stars is nothing. How dare you provoke me?" Ill flattened the 5 Burial Stars. A contemptuous smile appeared at the edge of the young man's lips. "You!" Hongzong Mo and the others glared at the young man with the black, curved horns. They never expected that, even after the appearance of the powerful individuals from the 5 Burial Stars, this young man would still dare to boast. "How dare you capture our young master as a slave?" At that moment, a resounding shout echoed through the void, reverberating across the 5 planets. "Young master!" The expressions of Hongzong Mo and the others changed slightly, and their pupils contracted as they stared at the young man with black curved horns. Wang Ting also looked at the opponent with surprise. This guy turned out to be the young master of the Black Skull Universe Pirates. His background was substantial. How did he end up being captured as a slave by the people of the 5 Burial Stars? Wang Tung's expression became somewhat peculiar, sensing that something was amiss. "It's over. He's the young master of the Black Skull Universe Pirates. This situation may not end well," murmured Yizong Xinhua, her face solemn. "You were able to capture the young master of the Black Skull Universe Pirates. Truly impressive," Wang Tung commented in a calm tone. Yizong Xinhua and the others. For a moment, they were unsure whether Wang Tung was praising them or mocking them. "Brother Han, there's something strange about this matter," The slaves we caught are all rootless drifters in the universe. It's impossible to catch people from powerful factions, Izong Shinua said with a bitter smile. It seems your luck is not great this time, Wang Tung remarked. Boom! The attacks from the slave warriors surged once again. The voice emanating from the Black Skull Universe pirates filled them with renewed vigor. The revelation that the young man with black curved horns was the heir of the Black Skull Universe pirates exhilarated them. It seemed that by sticking close to him, they could break free from the control of the 5 burial stars. Everyone, deal with them. We can't afford to waste any more time. Hungzong Mo glanced at the sky, his expression icy, and he uttered a cold command. Agreed. Guizong Yen and Yunzong Xiao, understanding the severity of the situation, unleashed their full power. The 5 elites of the 5 major families became serious, realizing that it was time to go all out. This time, they were not holding back. Powerful techniques erupted, clashing with the slave warriors in a fierce battle. The bear-like warrior who had been entangling Izong Shinua and Shozong Kaiyan dragged them into his domain. 3 poison boar race martial warriors joined the fray, and the poison boar race warrior who had been defeated by Wang Tung earlier was among them. He had fallen prey to Wang Tung's demon lotus poison, and his strength significantly weakened. The green lines on his face added a terrifying aspect to his already ferocious appearance. Chapter 2261. Forgive me for being direct, but you're not qualified. 2. He stared at Wang Tung intently. He was filled with unwillingness to accept the fact that he was defeated by Wang Tung's poison curse flame spear. Well, if it isn't our friend from the poison boar race. Wang Tung looked at the opponent with a grin. Why do you know the poison curse flame spear? Tun Shan asked coldly. I learned it on the spot when you were fighting with the ice fairy martial warrior. Wang Tung explained innocently. One don't want to learn, but I can't help it. I learned it with one look. The muscles on Tun Shan's face twitched. Learned it with just a glance. Did he think this was a star-disciple battle technique? Learning it with just a glance, what does he take their poison boar race's martial arts for? Damn it. The other 2 poison boar race warriors also had black lines all over their heads. They wouldn't have believed it if they hadn't witnessed Tun Shan being hit by the poison curse flame spear with their own eyes. An outsider, mastering their race's legacy battle technique. And mastering it with just a glance. Who did he think he was fooling? Even the gaze of the black-horned youth was drawn towards Wang Tung. He had been focusing on Hungzong Mo and the others, but the situation with Wang Tung seemed more intriguing. A non-native warrior who seemingly learned the poison boar race's martial art with just a glance. He couldn't believe that there could be such a monstrous genius among the elites of the universe. At this moment, he crossed his arms and floated in mid-air, showing keen interest in Wang Tung. Tun Shan, don't waste your breath on him. Capture him, and we'll naturally find out why he knows our poison boar race's battle technique, one of the poison boar race's martial warriors said. Be careful. He's also a dual-element martial warrior of poison and fire, and the toxicity of that kind is even more terrifying than our poison boar race's poison. Tun Shan said with a solemn expression. The other 2 poison boar race martial warriors, seeing his serious tone, naturally didn't dare to be negligent. The 3 of them instantly formed a triangular formation, attacking Wang Tung. They simultaneously unleashed the poison curse flame spear, condensing spears of eerie green flames that completely enveloped Wang Tung. This time, let's see how you resist. Tun Shan's gaze was icy, and with a sweeping motion of his large hand, the poison curse flame spear surged toward Wang Tung from all directions. Wang Tung stood suspended in mid-air with his hands behind his back. He maintained a calm and indifferent expression, whether facing the attacks from the front or the rear. You have a death wish. Anger burned in Tun Shan's heart when he saw Wang Tung's expression. Killing intent filled up his eyes. This bastard seemed utterly disdainful, not placing them in his eyes. Boom! In the next moment, just as the poison curse flame spear was about to strike Wang Tung, a formidable flame erupted from his body. The flames appeared as a grayish-white color. It was the ash flame that Wang Tung obtained from Landon. He didn't need a divine flame to deal with these poison boar race martial warriors, especially considering its unique nature. Wang Tung had used it before, and revealing it now would not be appropriate. If the 5 burial stars wanted to investigate, they might discover his identity. This wasn't the time to reveal his identity. On the contrary, the ash flame was a peculiar earth element flame that he hadn't widely used in front of many people, making it difficult for the 5 major families to trace. The poison curse flame spears surrounding Wang Tung were blocked by the ash flame, keeping them at bay from his body. He was well aware of the weakness of these flame spears, and at this moment, he precisely countered them, easily fending off the attacks. Foolish, Tun Shan, witnessing this, suddenly revealed a hint of mockery on his face. Boom! In the next moment, the poison curse flame spear burst open instantly, transforming into a sea of eerie green flames that engulfed Wang Tung. Tun Shan, is this what you called troublesome? He doesn't seem so troublesome after all. A poison boar race martial warrior said, with a peculiar expression. With our combined strength, he won't escape. Tun Shan snorted. The black-horned youth shook his head and was about to shift his gaze away. Suddenly, his eyebrows raised in surprise. He looked towards Tun Shan's rear with an intrigued expression on his face. Interesting. Tun Shan's expression changed. He sensed something and pounced forward, but it was too late. Boom! A resounding roar echoed as a burst of crimson light erupted. Fire Silk Finger. This was a universe stage battle finger technique that Wang Tung acquired but rarely used. It was the perfect moment to employ it now. Having already displayed both fire and poison forces, Wang Tung preferred not to reveal too many other forces to avoid arousing suspicion. At this moment, the flames condensed into a pillar of light with the shadow of a fire silkworm within. It pierced through the void and forcefully struck Tun Shan in the back. Swoosh! Tun Shan slowly lowered his head, only to discover a massive bloody hole in his chest. A scorching sensation spread around the wound. Tun Shan, the other 2 poison boar race martial warriors, shouted in astonishment. I thought you were strong, but it turns out you couldn't withstand a single finger from me. Wang Tung shook his head and turned his gaze toward the remaining 2 poison boar race martial warriors. You! The 2 warriors' pupils contracted. Run! This person is not someone we can contend with. Can you escape? Wang Tung's expression remained indifferent as he pointed towards the 2 of them. Boom! Once again, a more robust pillar of flame gathered, erupting from his index finger and charging towards the 2. Damn it! The 2 poison boar race martial warriors wore solemn expressions, realizing escape was impossible. They exchanged a glance and shouted, "We'll join forces. We refuse to believe we can't stop him." Boom! A rich poison, a fusion of both fire and poison forces, erupted within the 2 martial warriors. Converging into one, they formed a spear of eerie green flames. There was only one, but this spear was even more powerful. A terrifying aura spread out, distorting the space around it. A trace of domain power merged into it. It made the eerie force on the spear even more dreadful. You're just struggling. Wang Tung shook his head. In his eyes, the domain power was too weak to pose any threat. Go! The 2 poison boar race martial warriors shouted, and the shadow of the spear instantly surged toward the pillar of flame. The 2 collided violently. Boom! A dreadful roar echoed through the void. The eerie green and crimson flames rolled in opposite directions, as if forming 2 colossal bowls. Cracks appeared in the surrounding void, indicating the strength of the attacks capable of collapsing the space itself. The 2 poison boar race martial warriors stared intently at the point of collision. Crack! A crisp sound of shattering resonated. The shadow of the spear fragmented, and a silhouette of a fire silkworm flickered within the pillar of flame, agile and lively, directly rushing towards the 2 poison boar race martial warriors. No! A wail echoed as the 2 individuals were engulfed by the pillar of light, meeting their instantaneous demise. Slap! Applause resounded from his side. Wang Tung turned to look and saw the black-horned youth observing him, wearing an expression of admiration. "You're quite formidable," he remarked. "Thanks for the compliment," Wang Tung replied casually. They were just too weak. The black-horned youth's mouth twitched slightly. He felt that the black-haired youth before him seemed more adept at acting cool, but he didn't mind. Instead, he smiled and asked, "You're probably not from the 5 major families, right? So what if I am or am not?" Wang Tung replied, "If you're not from the 5 major families, there's no need for us to be enemies," said the black-horned youth. "You didn't seem to think so just now," Wang Tung remarked. "Genius deserves respect. As you are now, I can spare your life if you submit to me," the black-horned youth said with a faint smile. "Submit?" Wang Tung chuckled and said, "You're quite confident. Do you think I'll listen to you? You should know who 1AM, Black Skull Universe Pirates. Not many can resist us," the black-horned youth said confidently. "If it's the Black Skull Universe Pirates, one would indeed be wary, but just you alone. Forgive me for being frank. You're not qualified," Wang Tung said calmly. "What did you say?" A cold glint flashed in the black-horned youth's eyes, staring at Wang Tung. "I said you aren't qualified." Wang Tung enunciated each word. "I'm seeking death." The black-horned youth glared at Wang Tung with an icy gaze, declaring, "I gave you a chance, but you don't know how to appreciate it." Boom! As his words fell, he suddenly moved, disappearing from his original position. A peculiar force burst forth, entwining towards Wang Tung. Chapter 2262. Release our young master, or well flatten the 5 burial stars. Boom! The black-horned youth vanished from his original position. A terrifying force emanated from the void. It extended like tendrils, surrounding Wang Tung from all directions. The force was exceptionally unique, presenting itself in a complex array of colors, not purely belonging to any single type. Wang Tung's gaze slightly narrowed as he sensed various elemental characteristics within that force. It seemed that the opponent's forces were fused in a peculiar manner. Lifting his finger, he pointed forward. Fire Silk Finger. Still employing this universe stage finger technique, it instantly transformed into a pillar of fire, fiercely colliding with the incoming force. A loud explosion occurred. The void trembled, and the peculiar force was immediately forced open, creating an opening. Wang Tung's figure flashed abruptly. The surrounding force, which had been sweeping in, suddenly contracted, but only a residual image remained at the original location. The black-horned youth appeared where Wang Tung had stood moments ago, furrowing his brow as he looked forward. Wang Tung's figure slowly materialized there. Universe Stage Battle Technique. The black-horned youth stared at Wang Tung, expressing a slight surprise. He had sensed something extraordinary when Wang Tung used this technique to defeat 3 poison boar race martial warriors. But now, in direct confrontation, he realized that this technique had reached the universe stage. "Very well. Once I defeat you, I'll naturally obtain this martial technique." A hint of fervor flashed in the black-horned youth's eyes. He quite liked this fire attribute finger technique and naturally wanted to make it his own. "Don't look at me with that kind of gaze." It's weird / Wang Tung was speechless. Just how self-confident was this guy to want to snatch his martial technique? Wang Tung had always been the one to take others' techniques. This was the first time someone dared to try and steal his. This black-horned youth probably didn't know how strong Wang Tung was. The black-horned youth's eye twitched. Weird? Was he looked down upon? An unprovoked surge of anger rose from the depths of his heart. The black-horned youth soared into the sky, instantly striking out with a punch towards Wang Tung. Boom! The void exploded as a powerful force surged from his fist, sweeping in all directions. The momentum was terrifying, and a horrifying fist imprint condensed in the sky. The fist imprint spanned the sky, and a unique field spread out in all directions, shrouding the void. Many martial warriors didn't flee, but instead watched from a distance. Feeling the immense power of this field, they couldn't help but look on in awe. What a powerful domain! That black-horned youth truly deserves to be the heir of the Black Skull Universe Pirates. Even at the peak of the Cosmos stage, his strength is terrifying. I think that's Grandmaster Elon Zhu. Why is he with the young master of the Universe Pirate Gang? Can Grandmaster Elon Zhu withstand this? Originally, their attention had been drawn to the battles of the five prodigies from the five major families, but the current conflict on this side left them astonished. The power unleashed by the heir of RHE Black Skull Universe Pirates seemed even more terrifying than the prodigies of the five major families. Wang Tung raised his head, his gaze reflecting the horrifying fist imprint. His expression remained consistently calm, but when the fist imprint descended upon him, his eyes suddenly lit up. Boom! The next moment, Wang Tung also moved, delivering a punch that unleashed a formidable fist imprint. Seven Mountains Crumbling Fist. This was the renowned martial technique of Wandong, technique known as the Seven Mountains Crumbling Fist. A universe stage battle, however, the essence within was not the Mountain Cleaver Ultima, but Wang Tung's comprehension of Star Cleaver Ultima. The fist imprint erupted, and a large star rose steadily, illuminating the night sky. Boom! The two fist imprints collided with a terrifying roar, and shockwaves of force rolled in all directions. The black-horned youth's gaze narrowed as he saw cracks appearing on his fist imprint, seemingly on the verge of collapse. Before he could think further, boom! The next moment, accompanied by a series of cracking 11 sounds, his fist imprint suddenly shattered. The large star ascended against the sky, and the surrounding space seemed unable to withstand its existence, displaying cracks. Oomph! The black-horned youth snorted coldly. A peculiar, pitch-black battle blade suddenly appeared in his hand, and he swung it down abruptly. A blade light, several hundred feet long, slashed through the air. Countless blade lights raged and traversed the void, cutting it with numerous white marks. Boom! The several hundred feet of blade light instantly descended upon the large star with a crisp sound, and the star crumbled, being cleanly split into two. Not bad. Wang Tung's eyes flickered, and he lightly stepped on the ground, transforming into a rainbow, light shooting into the sky. I haven't encountered such an interesting opponent in a long time. I hope you don't disappoint me. The black-horned youth, wielding the battle blade, also turned into a crimson-yellow rainbow light, meeting him head-on. The two figures transformed into radiant spheres, violently colliding in the air, continuously erupting with thunderous roars. The collision of fists and palms, the constant booming sounds, and the secret techniques and domain powers pervading the void created terrifying cracks in all directions. The surrounding buildings were instantly destroyed, turning into ruins. Wang Tung frowned, consciously ascending into the sky for aerial combat. He pulled out a spear, a universe-level fire element weapon. It was a weapon he rarely used, and others would never have expected it to be in his possession. The crimson spear clashed with the Blackhorn Man's battle blade in mid-air, producing a resounding clang, accompanied by endless bursts of flames. The Blackhorn youth's battle blade was also no ordinary weapon. It was also universe-level. The ability to use a universe-level weapon at the Cosmos stage already demonstrated the extraordinary identity of the Blackhorn youth. What surprised him even more was that Wang Tung also possessed a universe-level weapon. The black-haired youth's identity became increasingly astonishing in his eyes. The battle on this side intensified. In the distance, the fight involving Hung Zhangma and the others from the five major families was rapidly approaching its conclusion. As prodigies of the five major families, their formidable strength, when unleashed to the fullest, left the slave warriors at a clear disadvantage. Soon, the slave warriors found themselves overwhelmed. Also, swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The sound of breaking air echoed as warriors from the five burial stars quickly arrived in the distance, suppressing the slave warriors. After all, this was the territory of the five burial stars. If these slaves couldn't quickly resolve Hong Zhangma and the others, they would have no chance. However, These slaves still had heaven stage martial warriors among them. In a desperate struggle, they exhibited formidable combat power. Get out of RHE 5 burial stars. The black-horned youth hadn't expected Wang Tung's strength to be so formidable. Lai couldn't resolve the situation in a short time, especially with the arrival of strong warriors from the 5 burial stars. He dared not delay and immediately shouted. Realizing they couldn't linger in the battle, the slave warriors swiftly shifted the conflict toward the cosmos. Thinking of running away? Hung Zhongma and the others showed a hint of joy in their eyes, snorted coldly, and pursued closely. Boom! 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 Thunderous roars echoed in the void. With the warriors chasing each other, they unconsciously reached the atmosphere of the 5th burial star. Their battle was on the verge of leaving the 5th burial star. Boom! A Cosmos stage martial warrior, seeing the cosmos right before him, immediately abandoned Heng Zhongma and the others behind and rushed out. However, an explosion reverberated. Ah! The Cosmos stage martial warrior screamed in pain. He seemed to have slammed into an invisible wall. A dark screen enveloping the 5 burial stars emerged. The slave warrior was forcefully repelled, his body showing cracks and blood spewed from his mouth. Ha! The star concealing formation of my 5 burial stars is not something you can enter and exit at will. Hung Zhongma laughed heartily. He threw a punch, and the fist imprint directly engulfed the slave warrior. The other party didn't have any time to react. His entire body was smashed into pieces by the fist mark. Blood splattered in the air. He was dead. You rascal. The black-horned youth saw this scene, his expression immediately turning grim. It seems like you become sitting ducks. Wang Tung chuckled. Oomph. The black-horned youth snorted coldly, saying, None of you can stop me. Roar. The next moment, a roar erupted from his mouth, deafening and causing everyone around to pale. They immediately used their force to block their ears. Some weaker individuals were directly shaken to the point of bleeding from their 7 orifices. Try to use this method to let the outside world confirm his location. Wang Tung's expression slightly condensed. Lai activated his spiritual power to withstand the terrifying sound from the opponent. The roaring sound of the black-horned youth spread through the formation, letting people outside hear it. In the cosmos, colossal battleships like cosmic behemoths occupied the void. Among them, there was a spacecraft that was as large as a planet, entirely black with a gigantic skull emblem on it. The surrounding warships protected it in the center. Simultaneously, around the spaceship, figures stood suspended in mid-air, exuding powerful auras, including some of the universe stage. Young Master, the gazes of those figures were instantly drawn to this side, landing on the black-horned youth. You 5 families, do you want to go to war with my Black Skull Universe pirate group? Release our young lord immediately. A universe stage martial warrior stood in mid-air, appearing as if a world of flames was forming behind him, emanating terrifying world power. It shook the star concealing formation, and the scorching aura spread in all directions from him, like a blazing sun. Within the formation, the heads of the 5 major families couldn't help but exchange glances, their expressions extremely grave. It seemed that the young lord of the opposing faction was truly on the 5 burial stars, and it looked like he was the source of the current chaos. This made the situation incredibly tricky for them. The grudge had already formed, and now it wasn't a matter of whether they would release the other side as young lord. Even if they did, the other party probably wouldn't let things end peacefully. The dominance of the Black Skull Universe pirate group surpassed that of the 5 burial stars. The heads of RHE 5 major families quickly communicated through voice transmission and promptly made a decision. Leave the range of the 5 burial stars, and we will release your young lord. Hungzong family's head, Hungzong Chuan, stood with hands behind his back, his voice calmly echoing. They weren't afraid of universe stage martial warriors, so they stood directly outside the array. That way, their voices wouldn't be blocked. Impossible. The flame-wielding universe stage martial warrior spoke arrogantly. Release our young lord, or we will flatten the 5 burial stars. Chapter 2263. Cough? Aren't you too arrogant? 1. What did you say? The words of the fire element martial warrior caused Arachi expressions on the family heads' faces to turn unpleasant. Umph. The fire universe stage martial warrior sneered. It seems like you are determined to resist to the end. Have my Black Skull Universe Pirate Group been dormant for so long that people have forgotten our methods? As he spoke, he waved his hand, and the warships in the void immediately aimed their cannons at the 5 burial stars. Without any hesitation, those warships began to glow, entering the charging phase. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A frightening buzzing sound echoed, and each rune cannon on those warships lit up, revealing the unparalleled power of the planet annihilation cannons. There were at least hundreds, if not thousands, of warships densely spread across the void. Most of them were beyond the cosmos level, with many even reaching the universe and heaven levels. At this moment, all those planet annihilation cannons were pointed directly at the 5 burial stars, sending shivers down everyone's spine. Terrifying waves of primal force spread in all directions, like a looming shadow of death covering the sky above the 5 burial stars. Damn it! The heads of the 5 major families turned pale, completely unprepared for the opponent's swift and ruthless attack, leaving them with no chance to react. Hongzong Chuan's face darkened. Suddenly, he reached out towards the distant black-horned youth. The power of the world emanated from him, forming an illusory giant hand that descended from the void like an overwhelming force. This spectacle was extremely magnificent, especially for those on the 5 burial stars, witnessing a colossal hand crashing down as if it intended to destroy the entire planet. The black-horned youth's arrogance dissipated, revealing a hint of shock and anger. He never expected that the head of the Hongzong family, as a family elder of the 5 burials, would attack him so shamelessly. The Fire Heaven Stage martial warrior was furious. World power surged, transforming into the power of rules. Chains of fiery runes manifested in the void, entwining around the colossal hand like a lock. The enormous hand instantly froze in the void, its surface burning with raging flames but unable to press down any further. The black-horned youth sighed in relief, his face showing a mix of pale green and white. He gritted his teeth, never having experienced such humiliation before. Yunzinging, Gui Zongfeng, and the others were eager to take action, but the appearance of another universe stage figure on the opposing side made them extremely cautious. Hongzong Mo, Gui Zongyan, go and capture him, don't let him escape. Hongzong Chuan made a decisive decision, his gaze fixed firmly on the fire universe stage martial warrior, his voice cold and detached. Hongzong Chuan, you are, after all, a universe stage existence, yet you attack a cosmos stage warrior, the fire element universe stage martial warrior angrily retorted. And so what? Hongzong Chuan responded indifferently. Dealing with you universe pirates, there's no need to be reasonable. Very well. The fire element martial warrior, furious, uttered these 2 words, and his voice thundered. Attack. Boom, boom, boom. With those words, the fully charged planet annihilation cannons erupted. Brilliant beams of light shot out from the warships, landing squarely on the protective barrier of the 5 burial stars. A tremendous roar echoed as the terrifying energy pounded against the defensive barrier, causing it to vibrate violently. All of you, work together to maintain the barrier and block their attacks. Hongzong Chuan, his face filled with shock and anger, issued orders that reverberated across the 5 burial stars. Inside the 5 burial stars, countless rune masters and warriors appeared throughout the planet, pouring a massive amount of source stones into the formation, sustaining its operation. At this moment, the entire 5 burial stars plunged into chaos. Many people emerged from their dwellings, gazing up at the starry sky. The infamous reputation of the Black Skull Universe Pirate Group was known to everyone in the Phantom Drift territorial domain, where practically no one was unaware of their notoriety. If the 5 burial stars were to fall under the attack of the Black Skull Universe pirate group, there would be no good outcome for the people on it. At best, they would become slaves, and at worst, they would be killed outright. Therefore, this moment, the warriors on the 5 burial stars were united in their hatred, rushing towards the starry sky. If the formation were to be broken, they would undoubtedly have to face a battle. The fire element martial warrior of the Black Skull Universe pirate group swept his gaze across them and sneered, struggling in vain. Your young master will sooner or later fall into our hands. Hungzong Chuan said indifferently. It was just a misunderstanding, but since you insisted on pushing it this far, don't blame us for being impolite. A misunderstanding. The Universe Stage martial warrior snorted. You captured our young master as a slave, and this is a misunderstanding. If he had revealed his identity earlier, we from the 5 burial stars wouldn't have treated him harshly. Hungzong Chuan replied. Ridiculous. If he had disclosed his identity early on, he would probably have already died at your hands. The Universe Stage martial warrior mocked. Hungzong Chuan didn't know what to say. This indeed aligned with their style of doing things. If they had known the identity of the other party earlier, they probably would have silently taken him out, not giving him a chance to escape. From the moment they captured him, this matter couldn't have been resolved peacefully. He could only blame the young master of the Black Skull Universe pirates for being foolish. Why did he run away from home and get captured by the 5 burial stars? Ever since the Blackhorn young man escaped, his subordinates had reported everything to them. They also knew that no one could be blamed for this. The young master of the Black Skull Universe pirate group was too reckless. He robbed the transport spacecraft of the 5 burial stars and ended up being captured by several Heaven Stage martial warriors from the 5 burials family, becoming a slave. Who could he blame? Chapter 2264. Cough. Aren't you too arrogant? 2. He's just a Cosmos Stage martial warrior. I don't care who he is. He's tempting fate by provoking the 5 burial stars. Yunzong Ing said coldly. Well, the 5 burial stars is indeed quite defiant. The Universe Stage martial warrior glanced at him and said, At this point, saying anything is useless. If we don't make you pay a price today, we won't be able to answer to our leader. You're too naive. Do you think you can destroy the 5 burial stars with just these people? Izongbai sneered. These people are naturally not enough, but who told you that we only have these people? The fire element martial warrior. Izongbai and the others turned serious. The other party couldn't be lying to them. Could it be that the Black Skull Universe pirate group had an eternal stage martial warrior present? Don't waste time talking with them. Capture their young master first, and they won't be able to act arrogantly anymore, Guizong Feng said. Just relying on those few youngsters from your families? The fire element martial warrior shook his head disdainfully and said, Not that I look down on them, but you have no idea about the talent of our young master. He's our leader's favorite son. His talent is beyond your imagination. Heng Zhangchuan, Izongbai, and the others frowned and looked down. At this point, they were restrained by the opposing Universe Stage martial warriors, so they couldn't make a move. They could only rely on their children. Below, Hungzong Mo, Guzong Yin, and the others had already surrounded the Blackhorn young man when they heard Hungzong Chuan's order. They stared at him with fierce eyes. Do you think you can stop me with just a few of you? The Blackhorn young man had a slight contemptuous smile, scanning around with a disdainful gaze. Hungzong Mo and the others were the talents of the 5 major families. How could they endure such contempt? Their faces looked unsightly. Do you want to join in? The Blackhorn young man looked towards Wang, tongue in the distance, and said indifferently, Me? Wang Tung pointed to his nose. He was prepared to just watch the excitement unfold, and unexpectedly, this guy directed his attention towards him. This was truly seeking trouble. He shook his head. However, he didn't intend to take action. He wanted to see if these 5 talents could deal with their opponent. Seeing that Wang Tung seemed to have no intention of joining the fight, the Blackhorn young man felt somewhat surprised but didn't care. His gaze turned towards Hungzong Mo and the others. Come on, attack together, you bunch of ants. Damn it. Hungzong Mo and the others were furious. Finally, they no longer hesitated and all attacked. rushing towards the black-horned young man. Each of them activated their family physique, displaying powerful martial techniques with astonishing force. Hungzong Mo executed the Hungzong Fist. The fifth-rank Earth domain merged into the fist imprint and gave off a dazzling yellow glow. Guizong Yin held his battle blade, and the power of fire enveloped his body. He released his fifth-rank domain too, and terrifying flame blade waves swept through the void. Yizong Shino used a palm technique, and her domain halfway through the fourth rank. Although not as powerful as the previous two talents, it was still remarkable. Coupled with her physique and martial techniques, she unleashed an incredibly powerful force. With each palm strike, cracks appeared in the void, containing the power of the domain to suppress the black-horned young man. In midair, Shozong Kaiyun moved swiftly, reaching an extreme speed. Holding a war sword, golden sword radiance swept out, forming a curtain of sword rain, filled with killing intent. This seemingly gentle woman was anything but kind-hearted. At this moment, her attacks were ruthless, leaving Wang Tung speechless. There was one more person, Yunzong Xiao. Wang Tung was surprised by this talent from the Yunzong family. His domain had reached the 6th rank, and he executed his family's Yunzong physique and cloud burial sword skill. Sword radiance soared into the sky, forming a curtain of blue sword lights that converged and charged toward the black-horned young man. Get lost! Facing the attacks of the 5 talents, the black-horned young man suddenly roared angrily. A tremendously powerful aura erupted from his body, and the 2 horns on his head burst into a dazzling tricolor light of red, yellow, and purple. Wang Tung squinted his eyes, lightly uttered a sound of surprise, and couldn't help but look at those horns. On them appeared intricate and mysterious patterns, emerging with the burst of the tricolor light. These patterns spread across his face, covering it entirely in no time, revealing a strange aura. Boom! Simultaneously, an overwhelmingly powerful wave burst from his body, sweeping in all directions. A scornful smile appeared on the black-horned young man's face. With a step, he disappeared from his original position and reappeared in front of Hungzong Mo, delivering a powerful punch. Splurt! Hungzong Mo's fist seal instantly disintegrated. The other party's fist landed on his chest. His eyes bulged, and blood spurted from his mouth. He was in disbelief as he flew backward. What? Guizong Yin and the others were shocked. With just one blow, Hungzong Mo was defeated. It was almost unbelievable. The black-horned young man's gaze swept, and without any hesitation, he charged towards Guizong Yin, who had come from another direction. Sweeping his battle blade, a terrifying blade radiance rose into the sky, colliding with Guizong Yan's blade radiance. Boom! In an instant, Guizong Yan's blade radiance shattered under his horrified gaze, and the blade energy swept over, landing on his chest. Splat! Guizong Yan was instantly severely injured, coughing up blood incessantly. At this moment, Yizong Xinhua and Shozong Kaiyun's attacks had arrived. Golden sword radiance and emerald green palm imprints descended with the power of their respective domains. The black-horned young man showed no fear. Suddenly, a dazzling purple light burst from his body, accompanied by a resounding roar. Thunderbolts surged out from the void, confronting the attacks of the 2 women. Lightning element martial warrior. The 2 women's expressions changed slightly as their attacks collided with the lightning force. Boom! The golden blade radiance and emerald green palm imprints were enveloped by lightning, and they gradually eroded. It seemed that the black-horned young man's proficiency in the lightning force element was even more formidable than the other 2 forces. Ha ha! I'll have you 2 as my mates. The black-horned young man laughed wildly, throwing a punch. The fist seal covered the 2 women without any mercy. Oh no! The 2 women tried to retreat, but it was too late. They were directly hit by the fist seal, blood flowing from their mouths as they were sent flying. Kill! Yunzong Xiao turned grim when he saw the 4 of them getting heavily injured in the blink of an eye. He unleashed his 6th-level water domain, integrating it into the torrent of sword radiance. Boom! The black-horned young man raised his head, wielding his war blade as lightning descended upon it. This war blade turned out to be a rare and exceptional mixed-type weapon. As the lightning gathered, a terrifying purple blade radiance surged into the sky, carrying an imposing aura that made it impossible to look directly at. Slash! A shout came out of the young man's mouth. His war blade instantly cleaved down, the blade radiance soaring into the air, seemingly carrying celestial might, making it impossible to gaze directly upon. Boom! The clash between their attacks created a deadlock in midair. Shatter! Veins popped on the black-horned young man's forehead. His long hair danced wildly as he pressed down fiercely with his war blade, causing thunderbolts to once again descend from the sky, instantly boosting the power of the blade radiance. Bang! The sword radiance torrent collapsed with a thunderous roar. Countless sword radiance fragments were scattered by the thunderous blade, dispersing in all directions. The lightning blade cleaved through the sword radiance torrent, slashing ferociously towards Yunzong Shao. Yunzong Shao's pupils contracted sharply, his face pale. Without much thought, he released his speed to the extreme, swiftly retreating. Unfortunately, he still couldn't match the speed of the lightning blade, and could only watch as the blade descended, growing larger in his eyes. For the first time, the distinguished member of the 5 major families experienced a sense of despair. Boom! The blade radiance finally fell upon him, and the power of lightning instantly enveloped him. Yunzong Shao was heavily injured and on the verge of death. He plummeted towards the ground, covered in wounds, with only a breath of life remaining. The faces of Hongzong Mo and the others turned extremely grim. They had never expected such an outcome. Even when the 5 talents joined forces, they couldn't match the strength of this black-horned young man. His power exceeded their expectations. Ha ha! In the void, the fire element martial warrior burst into laughter, addressing Hongzong Chuan and the others. I told you, the elites of your family could never be a match for the young master. Hongzong Chuan, Yunzong Ying, and the other heads of the 5 major families were furious. A bunch of trash. The black-horned young man spat contemptuously, sneering. Who can stop me from the 5 burial stars? All of you are nothing but rubbish. Cough. Are you being too arrogant? A helpless cough echoed from not far away. Chapter 2265. Only worth half a 5 burial token. The black-horned young man was reveling in his triumphant laughter when he suddenly heard a helpless voice nearby. He turned his head to see Wang Tong. He squinted and stared intently at Wang Tong. This young man was on par with him. However, with the activation of his talent, Wang Tong couldn't be his opponent. They're all dealt with. Do you want to try? The black-horned young man sneered arrogantly. Hanju, Hongzong Mo, and the others immediately looked at Wang Tong. Brother Han, don't fight with him. This person is very strong. He's not a normal Cosmo stage martial warrior. Yizong Xinhua said hurriedly. She knew that Wang Tong had excellent strength, but she didn't believe he was a match for the black-horned young man. The recent encounter provided her with a clear understanding of the black-horned young man's strength. He was powerful. The black-horned young man's strength was just too overwhelming, surpassing all expectations. Even their combined efforts were not a match for him, let alone Wang Tong alone. They've spoken, you heard them. If you willingly submit to me, my previous words still count, the black-horned young man said. Just wait a moment. Wang Tong completely ignored what he said, making a gesture for him to wait. The black-horned young man's expression stiffened slightly, feeling a sense of being ignored. Yizong Xinhua and the others were also stunned, unsure of what Wang Tong was planning. In such a serious and perilous situation, he wanted him to wait. Was he playing? Wang Tong looked up at the sky and used his divine sonic wave pronunciation skill to transmit his voice through the protective light screen. Let me ask, if I help you to catch this fellow, will you still give me the 5 burial token? Everyone, Hongzong Chuan and the others were surprised by Wang Tong's sudden communication. especially for the sake of the 5 burial token. They found it somewhat perplexing. What the hell was this? In such a crucial moment, this guy was concerned about the 5 burial token. Initially, when they wanted to give it to him, he declined, and now he was actively seeking it. What kind of logic was this? The black-horned young man's expression turned unpleasant. Was this guy considering him as a bargaining chip for the 5 burial token? Hung Zong Chuan and the others exchanged glances with one another and said, "The 5 burial token is not so easily given away. This black-horned young man is worth at most half a piece of the 5 burial token." Really? The dignified heir of the Black Skull Universe Pirates is only worth half a piece of the 5 burial token? Wang Tung was dumbfounded. The black-horned young man's face stiffened, and his gaze turned cold as he looked at Hung Zong Chuan and the others. Despite their status as universe-stage martial warriors, he showed no fear. At this moment, he only felt a deep sense of humiliation and an intensified hatred towards the 5 burial stars. He was only worth half a piece of the 5 burial token. Wang Tung cast a strange look at the black-horned young man, making him even more infuriated. "Kid, you're asking for death." The black-horned young man's voice was filled with killing intent. "Don't rush. Let me finish negotiating, and then we can fight. Otherwise, there's no benefit, and the fight would be pointless." Wang Tung gestured with his hand. The black-horned young man, "YHR. All right then, it's a deal. 111 capture this person, and you'll give me half a piece of the 5 burial token." Wang Tung looked at Hung Zong Chuan and the others, stating his condition. Hung Zong Chuan just casually mentioned it, as they had never given away half a piece of the 5 burial token before. They hadn't expected this guy to take it seriously. Now, he was genuinely unsure how to respond. "Fine." Yunzong Ying's gaze swept over the heavily injured Yunzong Shao. His face darkened, and he said, "As long as you capture the other party, we'll give you half a piece of the 5 burial token." "Great. I can rest assured with your words." Wang Tung smiled and shifted his gaze back to the black-horned young man. "Looks like we'll have to fight. Half a piece of 5 burial token is worth a fight." The black-horned young man's facial muscles twitched. To hell with fighting with him. Was this fellow fighting with him for half of 5 burial token? Some distance away, Hung Zong Mo, Guizong Yin, and the others didn't know what to say. They felt utterly powerless and speechless. "Die!" The black-horned young man couldn't bear it anymore. He released his force, and it surged towards Wang Tung. "How fierce!" Wang Tung grinned, unleashing a powerful surge of force in response. Boom! The two forces collided violently, creating a deafening and buzzing resonance. You have 3 forces, but only your poison force has reached the peak of the Cosmos stage. The other 2 forces are at the 6th level of the Cosmos stage. "How dare you boast in front of me?" sneered the black-horned young man. Up to this point, Wang Tung had only utilized the poison, fire, and earth forces. His poison force had reached the 9th level Cosmos stage, while his fire force and earth force were at the 6th level. There was indeed a certain gap between him and his opponent. "Is that so?" Wang Tung smiled faintly, not bothered by it. If he were to unleash all of his forces, it would probably terrify the other party. However, the current situation did not allow for that. Using 3 types of forces was already pushing it. He's a triple-element martial warrior. Hung Zong Mo and the others were surprised. They hadn't noticed during Wang Tung's previous confrontation with the black-horned young man, but now, seeing him use 3 forces, they were taken aback. It seems that Hanju's martial talent is quite impressive, Yizong Xinhua and Shozong Kaiyan exclaimed in surprise. Far away, Tracy remained vigilant, always ready to act. After all, her life was now closely tied to Wang Tung's, and she wouldn't allow any harm to befall him. However, considering the opponent's strength, she was a bit speechless. If this guy unleashed his full power, the black-horned young man probably wouldn't stand a chance against him after all. Even a heaven-stage martial warrior like her lost to him. Not many Cosmos-stage martial warriors could withstand his terrifying strength. Not even the talented ones. Yet, he insisted on concealing his identity and strength for some reason. Wang Tung and the black-horned young man exchanged no words, colliding in the sky with their weapons. The clash of the sword and spear echoed, creating sparks that sprayed in all directions. The black-horned young man swung his war blade, summoning endless lightning from the void. The lightning illuminated the night sky as if it were broad daylight, unleashing a terrifying killing intent. He was immensely powerful and possessed astonishing natural talents, but he also exhibited formidable physical strength that almost overwhelmed all Cosmos stage martial warriors of the same rank. No wonder Hongzong Mo and the others couldn't withstand him. The black-horned young man exuded an overwhelming presence, wielding his war blade as he approached. The terror of his blade's radiance made onlookers at a distance pale. Many Cosmos stage martial warriors and even weaker Heaven stage martial warriors couldn't help but step back, their faces filled with fear. Too powerful. The strength of this black-horned young man was truly terrifying. If they were to face him, defeat would likely be their only outcome. Wang Tung's gaze slightly narrowed. He held his war spear diagonally towards the ground, calmly facing the terrifying lightning power emanating from the opponent's blade. He was completely undaunted. He was never afraid of playing with lightning. At this moment, the heaven-earth calamity, lightning in his body, was getting restless. The lightning spirit wanted to come out too. Unfortunately, they were all suppressed by him. At this moment, a gray-white flame erupted from his body, engulfing him as he confronted the lightning power from the opponent's blade. Boom! The clash of flames and lightning continued, weaving a tapestry of collision, and within the brilliance emerged the unique force of their respective domains colliding. The radiance reached its pinnacle, illuminating the void and completely enveloping Wang Tung and the black-horned young man. Many onlookers couldn't discern the details of their battle due to the overwhelming brilliance. Clang, clang, clang. The metallic collision sounds echoed incessantly. While Wang Tung had never used a battle spear as a weapon before, he appeared increasingly skilled as the battle unfolded. After all, he had mastered various battle spear techniques, and his proficiency had reached a high level, making it no difficult task for him to wield such techniques. Outside the void, Hongzong Chuan, Yunzong Ying, and the other family heads were astounded. Hanju's strength is unexpectedly outstanding, Yizongbai said using voice transmission. I initially thought he was just a knowledgeable universe explorer. I didn't expect him to possess such talent. I may have underestimated him. Hongzong Chuan remarked, if he can defeat that black-horned young man, it would be a good thing for us. Yunzong Ying said, Ha! Exchanging half a 5 burial token for a young master of the Black Skull Universe Bandit Group is quite a good deal. Hongzong Chuan laughed heartily. Hanju is quite bold. He knows that the other party is the young master of the Black Skull Universe Pirates, but he still dares to attack him. Yizongbai said, a wanderer of the cosmic expanse like him is certainly not an ordinary person. Hongzong Chuan shook his head with a sense of admiration. Considering this, the difference between Hongzong Mo and the others and him is quite significant. Yunzong Ying, Shouzong Liao, and the others nodded in agreement. Initially, they all thought that their family's prodigies were exceptionally outstanding. However, upon comparison, they suddenly found that their prodigies seemed a bit lacking. On the opposing side, the Universe Stage martial warrior of the Black Skull, Universe Pirate, furrowed his brow. He had initially believed that no one could threaten their young master. Yet, unexpectedly, a youth had emerged capable of contending with their young master, which was truly surprising. Who is this person? The fire element martial warrior asked. I don't know. There's no information about this person on the 5 burial stars. It seems like an outsider. Someone immediately responded. When they arrived here, they had thoroughly investigated 5 burial stars. If he was a prodigy, it was impossible to conceal information from their scrutiny. Useless. The Universe Stage martial warrior scoffed. His gaze pierced through the formation's light curtain, landing on the ongoing battle below. How much longer until the formation is shattered? The fire element Universe Stage martial warrior asked. At least another 10 minutes. The person behind responded once more. Accelerate the charging speed at all costs. We must break through the defensive formation of the 5 burial stars, regardless of the expense. The universe stage, martial warrior ordered coldly. He knew that time couldn't be wasted. Otherwise, even if their young master defeated the black-haired youth, they would still be surrounded and captured by other warriors from 5 burial stars. If the young master was captured, they would undoubtedly fall into a passive situation. Yes, the people behind him did not hesitate at all, immediately following orders and commanding the warships to accelerate their charging. The planet annihilation cannons erupted, and successive attacks landed on the light curtain of the formation. The formation's light curtain trembled more intensely, seemingly on the verge of shattering at any moment. Chapter 2266, Strange Talent. The situation grew increasingly urgent. As the dense barrage of planet annihilation cannons bombarded the star-concealing formation, the expressions of Hongzong Chuan and the others subtly changed. "Block them!" Guizong phone roared. His voice echoed in the air. "Oomph." The universe stage martial warrior snorted. "You can't stop our Black Skull universe pirates. It's better to give up now. It's not over until it's over. We don't know who will emerge victorious in the end," Hongzong Chuan sneered. At this moment, the battle between Wang Tung and the black-horned youth became crucial. "Mr. Hanju, you better catch him before the array is destroyed. If not, everything will be in vain." Yunzong Ying's voice echoed, reaching Wang Tung's ears. Wang Tung's heart stirred, and he glanced toward the sky, nodding slightly. It seemed that he couldn't afford to delay any longer. If the black-horned youth were allowed to escape, it would be a great loss. Boom! At this moment, the two clashed with a punch, instantly flying backward. They stared at each other from a few thousand meters away. "Your strength is not bad." The black-horned youth looked at Wang Tung with a solemn expression. At this point, he had to admit that the black-haired youth before him could contend with him. Just SOSO. Holding the war spear, Wang Tung walked casually in the air, his expression extremely indifferent. "I haven't exerted my full strength yet." "Haven't exerted your full strength?" The black-horned youth's gaze sharpened, sneering. "Then let me see how strong your full strength is." Boom! As soon as his words fell, he raised his battle knife high into the sky. Countless lightning forces converged towards it, creating a dazzling display of lightning. The blade's brilliance soared into the heavens as if piercing the darkness, almost breaking through the light curtain formed by the vast starry array. Simultaneously, a powerful domain force diffused within the blade's radiance, entwining around it like the wrathful lightning of world destruction. 6th rank, Lightning Domain. A gleam flashed in Wang Tung's eyes. Without hesitation, he thrust his battle spear towards the sky. The Crimson Snake Spear. Boom! Gray-white flames erupted instantly, filling the sky. In just a short moment, a terrifying sea of flames formed. Within that sea of flames, a formidable flame python condensed, spiraling within the fiery ocean, slowly extending its enormous head. An indescribable sense of oppression pervaded the air. Hiss! The flame python was entirely gray-white, each scale massive, adorned with flame patterns. It breathed out tendrils of smoke, emitting hissing sounds. Gray-white flames spewed from its mouth. Flames were burning in his cold and vertical pupils, cold and indifferent. Yet, the flames within its eyes were genuine, emanating scorching heat. The juxtaposition of coldness and scorching heat made it especially eerie. At the same time, within those icy eyes, a hint of liveliness emerged, rendering this python a vivid and lifelike entity. "What is this?" The black-horned youth's gaze narrowed as he sensed an overwhelming pressure emanating from the flame python. This was the power of domain. The domain power exuded by the flame python's body made him feel pressured. Roar! At that moment, the gray-white flame python suddenly roared towards the sky. Wang Tung, holding the battle spear, transformed into a stream of fiery light, thrusting fiercely towards the black-horned youth. Boom! The flame python surged forward with terrifying pressure. The black-horned youth's expression changed, a hint of fierceness appearing in his eyes. Without much thought, he roared, slashing with his battle knife, sending a fierce, thunderous blade toward the flame python. Countless thunderous blade lights and flame radiance soared into the sky, like comets traversing the heavens, completely submerging the area. The terrifying force ripples swept in all directions. The nearby mountain peaks explode under such a fearsome impact. Endless shockwaves cut through the shattered stones, instilling fear and trembling. The structures below, even with defensive formations activated, were reduced to ruins. Many martial warriors retreated, with several injured by the shockwaves, not daring to approach the affected area. Die! The black-horned youth roared, forcefully pressing down with his battle blade as an endless surge of lightning power erupted. Wang Tung's gaze remained indifferent, the battle spear in his hand steadfast and unyielding. Regardless of how the black-horned youth released his force, it couldn't shake him. How is this possible? The black-horned youth's face was filled with incredulity. Nothing is impossible. Wang Tung's voice was calm, his eyes overlooking everything, utterly disregarding the young master of the Black Skull Universe pirate. If it weren't for the unsuitability to use his full strength, this guy wouldn't even be able to withstand a single blow. Roar! In the next moment, the flame python roared again, opening its huge mouth to fiercely bite down on the lightning blade radiance. Crack! A crisp sound resounded as the lightning blade radiance was bitten into pieces by the python. Countless cracks rapidly spread. The black-horned youth's pupils contracted sharply, shaken to the core. Never before had any martial warrior of the same level been able to crush his true martial lightning blade. But one seemed to have appeared in front of him. Boom! Before he could comprehend it fully, the terrifying lightning blade radiance shattered instantly. The flame python roared and lunged towards him. Hungzong Mo, Guizong Yin, and the others were flabbergasted. They clenched their fists uncontrollably. Yizong Shino and Shozong Kaiyan's eyes were shimmering. They stared at the battle in front of them without blinking. They were a little nervous. Hungzong Chuan and the other 5 family heads had pleased expressions on their faces. Young Master, the Fire Element Universe Stage, martial warrior of the Black Skull Universe Pirates, was shocked. He considered stepping in to rescue, but the current situation made it impossible to intervene. Damn it! The black-horned youth roared, unleashing his full force and meeting the flame python head-on. He had no time to retreat. Boom! In an instant, the flame python pounced, transforming into endless flames, completely engulfing the black-horned youth. A scorching atmosphere instantly permeated the surroundings, the flames burning fiercely, distorting the space around them. The radiant glow of the flames illuminated the night sky. Is it over? Yizong Shinua swallowed a spit, unable to resist asking. So powerful. Shozong Kaiyun was full of shock, unable to contain her astonishment. I never thought he would be this strong. Yeah, who would have expected that a universe explorer would possess such formidable strength? Yizong Shinua exclaimed. Hungzong Mo, Guizong Yin, and the others were flabbergasted. Then, they revealed a hint of unwillingness. Why was this fellow so powerful? They found it hard to accept. Ha! Hungzong Chuan laughed heartily, looking at the universe stage figure in front of him. Your young master's strength is nothing special. Rascal! The martial warrior's anger burned within, glaring at Hungzong Chuan. The world's illusion behind him reappeared, ready to suppress Hungzong Chuan and the others. However, at this moment, his expression changed slightly. He calmed down and looked towards the flames below. The expressions of Hungzong Chuan and the others changed slightly, all gazing down at the flames. This isn't right. Yizong Bai spoke with a slightly serious tone. Just as the words fell, the flames below suddenly surged violently, and a figure appeared amidst the roiling flames. Hungzong Chuan and the others were also surprised, looking at the figure emerging from the flames. Under his attack, the opponent unexpectedly held on. Quite interesting. Boom! At the next moment, the flames erupted and a black figure, entwined with tricolored radiance, stepped out from within. Surprisingly, it was the same black-horned youth from before. However, at this moment, his appearance had undergone significant changes. His body had expanded, growing to an imposing and robust height of at least 5 to 6 meters. Every muscle on his body was well-defined, exuding an immense sense of oppression. Even the pair of horns on his head had become thicker. The tricolored radiance above them was even more dazzling, forming intricate patterns on his face, revealing an eerie quality. What is this? Wang Tang's pupils suddenly contracted. For some reason, he seemed to perceive a hint of the sheep-horned devil race from the opponent's body. If earlier, the horns on the opponent's head gave him a vague resemblance to the sheep-horned devil race, now, with the transformed appearance, the similarity became even more pronounced. No matter the aura or the incredibly robust physique and horns, they were all leaning towards the appearance of the sheep-horned devil race. However, the opponent's face still retained a human appearance, and there were no bat-like wings on the back, indicating some differences. What's the relationship between the young master of the Black Skull Universe Pirates and the sheep-horned devil race? Wang Tang turned serious. He was puzzled. What's this? Hung Zhang Chuan and the others squinted. Their gazes landed on the black-horned young man, and they were astounded. Even with their experience, they had never seen such a peculiar transformation. Ha ha! This is our young master's racial talent. I didn't expect that boy to awaken our young master's dormant racial talent. It seems one have to thank him. The universe stage martial warrior couldn't help but burst into laughter. Racial talent. Hung Zhang Chuan and the others wore grim expressions. What kind of race was this black-horned youth? Why did he possess such a terrifying racial talent? Moreover, the fact that he awakened at such a crucial moment when they least expected it truly frustrated them. At this moment, they couldn't help but think about the captain of the Black Skull Universe Pirates. The man was incredibly mysterious, and the rumors about him were grim. Anyone who had seen him take action had met their demise. So, despite his notorious reputation, very few people knew what race the captain of the Black Skull Universe Pirates belonged to or what formidable talents he possessed. Otherwise, the 5 burial stars wouldn't have captured their young master without realizing the consequences. What kind of race is your captain? Guizhong Feng took a deep breath and asked in a deep voice. No comment. The universe stage martial warrior sneered. You have no qualifications to know. The race of our captain is noble beyond your imagination. In front of our captain, the 5 burial stars can be destroyed with a flick of his finger. If our captain hadn't had other matters preventing him from coming, your 5 burial stars would have been obliterated long ago. Saying this, he looked down again, coldly smiling. That kid is as good as dead now. He triggered the young master's racial talent completely. He is doomed. Chapter 2267, Red Flame, Demon Lotus. 1. Hung Zhang Chuan and the others turned grim. The confidence of the Fire Element Universe stage martial warrior made them nervous. Would Han Zhu be able to defeat the awakened young master of the Black Skull Universe Pirates? At this moment, even they were having some doubts. The transformation of the opponent's young master was extremely mysterious and formidable, and they could sense its extraordinary nature. Although Han Zhu had just fallen short of defeating the opponent, it seemed that he hadn't inflicted significant injuries. Now, the opponent had awakened his innate talent. Everything could turn around. They thought that Wang Tang had already used his full strength. If Wang Tang's previous display of power was compared to the current state of the Black Skull Universe Pirate's young master, Wang Tang did seem to be somewhat lacking. Unfortunately, almost no one knew that Wang Tang hadn't used his full strength, except for Tracy. In the sky, the sea of flames spread, and the black-horned youth walked out, surrounded by a 3-colored radiance. The flames around him couldn't get close, parting to both sides. Far away, Yizong Xinao and others were horrified, and their pupils suddenly contracted. The previous black-horned youth had already defeated them miserably. Now, It seemed that some terrifying changes had occurred in him, causing them to feel fear. Even though they were at a considerable distance, they had not moved far from the battlefield between the two, and they instantly sensed the overwhelming pressure descending upon them. It felt as if tens of thousands of mountains were pressing down on them, making it difficult for them to breathe. "You've successfully angered me." The black-horned youth slowly raised his head, a face covered with 3 colored patterns exuding an icy coldness. The gaze in his eyes flickered with black light, appearing extremely eerie. "How successful?" Wang Tung asked. The black-horned youth noticeably hesitated. "I told you that you've angered me, and you're asking how successful it was. Do you feel satisfied when you angered me?" Yizong Xinuo and the others were stunned. Their minds went blank, and they didn't manage to react in time. Even Hengzong Chuan and the others felt the corners of their lips twitching. Wasn't this fellow a little cheeky? The Fire Element Universe Stage martial warrior was speechless. Why did their young master encounter such a bizarre opponent? "Never mind. It seems like you can't answer that." Wang Tung waved his hand, stroking his chin, and said, "After the transformation, your muscles developed, but your brain is not working well. I've seen many transformations like yours, and they usually end up like this. Don't feel sad. You'll get used to being silly sooner or later." Veins popped on the black-horned youth's forehead, and he could hardly contain his rage. He was on the verge of exploding. What the heck? Get used to being silly? Wait, when did he become silly? Yizong Xinuo and the others in the distance finally reacted, but they were even more speechless. How come they didn't realize that Brother Han had such excellent skills in banter? Trass's expression turned strange. From the start, she felt that Wang Tung didn't seem like a good person, and now it seemed even less so. Boom! The black-horned youth finally couldn't take it anymore. He erupted with a resounding roar, transforming into a tricolored stream of light without further ado, charging straight at Wang Tung. "Kill!" A thunderous shout echoed from his mouth. In the next moment, the black-horned youth appeared in front of Wang Tung, his body tall and robust, casting a shadow that almost enveloped Wang Tung. At this moment, he didn't use any weapons. Instead, he clenched his fists and fiercely struck down. He intended to directly use his physical strength to pummel Wang Tung to death, venting the anger in his heart. This guy was too infuriating, and he couldn't bear it. "Eh." Wang Tung's eyes narrowed slightly, unable to suppress a laugh. However, he quickly put on a shocked expression, raising his arms to block. Bang! The tremendous force struck his arms, and Wang Tung was sent flying uncontrollably. Swoosh! The black-horned youth closely pursued, launching another attack on Wang Tung. His physical strength at this moment had reached a terrifying level, where an ordinary Cosmos Stage martial warrior would be unable to withstand even a single punch. Boom! 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 Terrifying rumbles echoed in the sky. From an outsider's perspective, it seemed like Wang Tung was completely suppressed, falling into a disadvantageous position, with the opponent overwhelmingly dominating the fight. The black-horned youth was surrounded by a tricolored aura, with red, yellow, and purple radiance transforming into meteor-like streaks, falling from the sky and ruthlessly bombarding Wang Tung. This scene made the muscles twitch on the faces of the surrounding warriors, and some found it difficult to look directly at. Trass's expression turned grim. She almost couldn't control herself and wanted to act. Was he not the opponent of that black-horned youth? It's over. Hanju is no match at all. Yizong Xinuo's face changed drastically, showing a hint of despair in his eyes. How did that black-horned youth become so strong? Hengzong Mo and the others felt shocked and incredulous. This transformation was enormous. Ha! The Fire Element Universe Stage martial warrior laughed happily. The planet annihilation cannons continued their relentless assault on the star-concealing array. As time passed, the array's radiance grew dimmer, and the 5 planets seemed like fragile boats swaying in a storm, on the verge of being engulfed by the terrifying force. This made Hengzong Chuan and the others' expressions worse. Could that guy do it? Boom! In the sky, a figure was sent flying, and it was none other than Wang Tung. The black-horned youth hovered in the sky, his towering figure exuding disdain as he coldly looked at Wang Tung in the distance. He was extremely confident, believing that with his talent, Wang Tung was absolutely powerless to resist. The battle seemed to have come to an end. Chapter 2268, Red Flame Demon Lotus 2. However, the expected scene did not unfold as he envisioned. The radiance dispersed in the distance, revealing Wang Tung's figure. Contrary to expectations, the not-so-powerful physique of the opponent showed no signs of cracking, and there was no blood at the corners of his mouth. It seemed that the recent exchange had not caused any harm. The black-horned youth's pupils contracted, and he couldn't help but feel shaken. What's going on? Yizong Xinua and the others were also quite surprised. In the previous battle, Hanju appeared to be completely suppressed, with no ability to fight back. However, in the end, he seemed unharmed. Could it be? Shozong Kaiyan's heart skipped a beat. She got excited. He didn't use his full strength? Hongzong Mo and the others stared intently at the ongoing battle, not saying much. However, their hearts couldn't calm down. The black-horned youth became extraordinarily powerful after his transformation, but Hanju seemed to be not much weaker. How powerful was this fellow? Hongzong Chuan and the others saw a glimmer of hope. Now, only Hanju could change the unfavorable situation for the 5 burial stars. The smile on the Fire Element Universe stage, martial warrior's face disappeared gradually. He stared coldly at Wang Tung. This was an anomaly. You are not injured. The black-horned youth stared at Wang Tung without blinking, his face gloomy. Are you disappointed? Angry? Wang Tung patted his clothes with a smile, asking, did one not meet your expectations? Did you just not use your full strength? The black-horned youth scrutinized Wang Tung with a gaze of inspection, trying to see through him, but in vain. This made him extremely uncomfortable, and he asked coldly, who are you? Didn't one say it already? I'm just a wandering universe explorer. Wang Tung said casually. Then he looked up at the light curtain, shook his head, and said, this formation is about to collapse. Let's stop chatting here. I should get serious now. Otherwise, that half-5 burial token will be out of my reach. Everyone was speechless. So, you weren't serious just now? Now that the array is about to collapse, you're ready to get serious. And it's all for the sake of the 5 burial token. If the situation were appropriate, Yizong Xinua and the others would want to criticize Wang Tung. He was too shameless. Wang didn't think that much. At this moment, his gaze focused, seemingly about to unleash his power. The black-horned youth's gaze became serious, and he felt cautious. Was this guy going to use his full strength? Yizong Xinua and the others were filled with anticipation. Regardless of the complaints, they had to admit that Hanju's strength was indeed formidable. If anyone could defeat the black-horned youth, it would be him. Just wait a moment. Let me put on some battle armor, Wang Tung suddenly said. Everyone was silent. The black-horned young man was speechless. He was extremely impatient with this bastard. Wang Tung took a battle armor out of his space ring without caring. Suddenly, a crimson light flashed across his body, and a red battle armor covered him entirely. Even his head was encased in the helmet of the armor, with only a pair of eyes made of red crystals emitting a crimson light. As the battle armor appeared, extreme heat emanated from it, spreading outwards and causing the surrounding space to distort. Universe-level battle armor. The black-horned young man squinted. It's a universe-level battle armor. Hongzong Mo and the others widened their eyes in surprise. They were green with envy. A Cosmo-stage martial warrior possessed a universe-level battle armor. He must be wealthy. Outside the void, Hongzong Chuan and the others, as well as the Fire Element Universe Stage martial warrior, all showed a hint of astonishment. They were not unfamiliar with universe-level battle armor, but even they would need to pay a significant price to obtain one. Now, a universe-level battle armor appeared on a Cosmo Stage martial warrior. This was unbelievable. If the situation allowed, they all wanted to snatch it from Wang Tung. Oomph. The black-horned youth snorted. Just a universe-level battle armor. Do you think you can stop me with this? As he spoke, a purple battle armor suddenly covered the entire body of the black-horned youth. The armor was made of special memory-extending metal, allowing it to completely cover his enlarged body seamlessly. Even his pair of horns on his head were covered by the armor, and the helmet fit perfectly, leaving no gaps. On the surface of the battle armor, there were faint traces of lightning power, forming small arcs of lightning, giving it an exceptionally strange appearance. At this moment, with the appearance of the purple battle armor on him, the black-horned youth appeared even more ferocious and robust, yet also exuded a sense of majesty. Onlookers from afar couldn't help but show a look of envy as both individuals were clad in universe-level battle armor. So what if you have money? Especially the lightning element battle armor. It was undoubtedly more valuable, something that ordinary people couldn't afford. Only individuals with a status like the Black Skull Universe Pirate's young master could possess such a piece. Boom! The black-horned youth didn't give Wang Tung another chance for idle talk. Wearing the battle armor, he instantly transformed into a purple stream of light, charging forward like a thunderous behemoth, ruthlessly colliding with Wang Tung. Clang! The collision of the two battle armors sent sparks of fire and lightning shooting out, accompanied by the resonating sound of metal, echoing in the sky. Universe-level battle armors were indestructible, impervious to the power of a universe-stage warrior, but when both individuals were clad in universe-level battle armors, they could naturally inflict damage upon each other. Chapter 2269, Red Flame, Demon Lotus. 3. Also, battle armor wasn't omnipotent. Terrifying power could still cause shockwaves inside the armor. Once the force exceeded the limit, the armor remained intact, but the person within it was already dead. Wang Tung wore RHE battle armor not to withstand RHE opponents' attacks, but to conceal some of his changes. Demon Lotus Poison Body. In an instant, Wang Tung activated the Demon Lotus Poison Body. A bizarre black, demonic lotus appeared at his brow, and a strange force of poison erupted from within him, manifesting outside RHE battle armor. This is Constellation Poison Force. Many people were astounded. Seeing Wang Tung wearing a fire element battle armor, they thought he was going to use some fire element trump card battle technique. Everyone knew that battle armor had a certain amplification effect on the corresponding element battle techniques. Conversely, it has a certain weakening effect on martial techniques of other elements. For instance, the poison force Wang Tung was using would be obstructed by the fire element battle armor. So, when everyone saw Wang Tung's actions, they were somewhat bewildered. However, Wang Tung didn't think much about it. At this moment, he extended his hand, and the constellation Poison Force condensed in a special way on his palm, gradually transforming into a bizarre black lotus flower rotating slowly. Hongzong Mo, Yizong Xinhua, and the others looked at the devilish black lotus flower and felt a tinge of fear. Even Hongzong Chuan, Yizong Bai, and the others sensed something extraordinary. They were astounded. The fire element universe stage, martial warrior frowned. He had a bad feeling. Everyone could feel it, let alone the black-horned youth. His gaze was fixed on the black lotus flower, sensing that he seemed to be enveloped in an aura of death. Damn it! The black-horned youth's expression turned grim. The threat of impending death made him furious, and he roared to the heavens. Roar! Suddenly, his pair of curved horns burst with an extreme, three-color radiance. This three-color radiance soared into the sky, forming a column of red, yellow, and purple light. It was dazzling. The columns of light converged, shaping into a three-color light sphere, emanating terrifying ripples. What is that? Everyone was astonished. Wang Tung's martial technique surprised them, and the black-horned youth's technique was equally confusing. Both of them were not playing by the rules. They abandoned their previous martial techniques, wielding no weapons. They seemed to have activated their innate abilities. It seems that this Han Zhu possesses some kind of poison talent. Hongzong Chuan remarked. Yes, that black lotus flower should be his talent. Guizong Feng, Yizong Bai, and the others nodded thoughtfully. With their keen insight, the crucial aspects were evident. The opponent's battle technique seems to be a talent too, Shozong Liao said with a solemn expression, and it's a fusion of three talents. The situation doesn't look good, Yunzong Ing added with a grave tone. The attacks from both sides emitted terrifying fluctuations, and the skies seemed to be enveloped in an extremely heavy atmosphere, freezing everything in place. The eerie black lotus flower floated up from Wang Tung's palm and landed above his head, expanding rapidly against the wind. Black radiance emanated from Rhe lotus, turning it into a black sun, completely enveloping Rhe flower. The three-color light sphere above the black-horned youth's head also rapidly expanded, soon resembling a massive three-color star. Wang Tung and the black-horned youth locked eyes. Beneath their helmets, a faint smile appeared on both of their faces. Suddenly, Wang Tung lifted a hand, and the power of his domain, the laws of origin, continuously poured into the black lotus flower. Roar! The black-horned youth seemed to sense something as he erupted in another roar. The radiant light from his curved horns intensified, and peculiar forces flowed into the three-color light sphere above his head. The attacks from both sides became increasingly terrifying, leaving those nearby, including Hengzong Mo and others, alarmed and astonished to the extreme. Retreat! Yizong Xinhua couldn't care anymore. She grabbed Shozong Kaiyun and swiftly retreated backward. The expressions of Hengzong Mo, Guizong Yin, and the others changed. They immediately retreated and didn't dare to stay any closer. This attack was too terrifying, and no one knew what might happen upon collision. Even Trass's expression changed slightly as she silently withdrew. These heirs of major powers were truly monstrous, and she had no worries about them. Simultaneously, her heart burned with increasing fervor. If she could obtain such a powerful martial technique, her strength would surely experience a significant leap. The guy had promised her. He wouldn't go back on his word. Wang Tung's black lotus flower and the black-horned youth's three light spheres seemed to reach their limits. This made everyone even more nervous, as the decisive moment had arrived. Die! A fierce grin appeared on the black-horned youth's face. He raised one hand above his head and waved it forward, turning the three light spheres into a stream of light that fiercely collided with Wang Tung. Go! 11 beneath the armor. Wang Tung remained calm. With a sweep of his large hand, the black lotus flower gently floated forward. The abyssal hell devil lotus. This was the first time Wang Tung fully utilized this move. With his constellation poison force now its peak in the cosmos stage, its eruption brought about a terrifying power. At this moment, the black lotus flower floated forward. Initially, its speed wasn't fast, but in an instant, it turned into a black stream of light, disappearing directly from its original position. Chapter 2270, Red Flame, Demon Lotus. 4 Boom. The next moment, a terrifying rumble echoed. The black lotus flower appeared and collided completely with the three-color light sphere, erupting into a brilliant light that radiated in all directions, much like a solar explosion. Invisible ripples swept out, nearly extending tens of thousands of kilometers, destroying everything. The area had turned into a complete ruin, leaving Lengzang Chuan and others wide-eyed. The cost to restore this place afterward would likely be exorbitant. Wang Tung kept his gaze on the front. The power of that three-color light sphere surprised him. What kind of physique did this black-horned youth possess to unleash such a formidable talent attack? The black-horned youth on the opposite side felt an overwhelming pressure, and his expression changed repeatedly. Explode. The black-horned youth's face twisted into a grimace, and his eyes filled with murderous intent. He let out a resounding shout. Boom! The three-color light sphere exploded, and a terrifying three-color light soared into the sky. People were shocked, retreating once again with anxious expressions. Could the black lotus flower withstand such a terrifying attack? Wang Tung squinted his eyes, showing no hesitation as he instantly unleashed the full power of the black lotus flower. A black radiance illuminated the surroundings. The three-color light continually eroded the radiance of the black lotus flower, making cracking sounds as cracks appeared in the surrounding radiance of the black lotus flower. Ha ha ha, you're finished. The black-horned youth saw this scene and burst into mad laughter. Is that so? A flat and indifferent voice came from Wang Tong. It seemed to carry a hint of mockery. Being stubborn to your death. The black-horned youth snorted. The one who's going to die is you. Wang Tong shook his head, pointing forward with a disdainful tone. Boom! Amidst the black radiance, the extraordinarily eerie black lotus flower slowly unfolded. The outer 6 petals of the lotus, which were initially present, now expanded to reveal an additional 6 petals. Mysterious runes adorned the petals, emanating an incredibly potent light, the power of laws. In an instant, the black lotus flower broke through the three-color radiance, surging out explosively, suppressing everything in its path. How is this possible? The black-horned youth was utterly astonished, his face filled with incredulity. Roar! Lai roared, unleashing all his forces, attempting to resist the suppression of the black lotus flower. Bang! Unfortunately, his force defense proved as fragile as paper beneath the black lotus flower. It crumbled and shattered instantly. The black lotus flower appeared above the black-horned youth's head, descending with overpowering force. No! Ah! The black-horned youth screamed, completely engulfed by the radiant light emitted by the black lotus flower. Kid, how dare you? The Fire Element Universe stage martial warrior outside the void finally couldn't restrain his anger, intending to intervene. I advise you not to act recklessly. Lang Zhang Chuan stood in front of him, sneering. Get out of my way. The Phantom of the World behind the Fire Element Universe stage martial warrior surged forward, attempting to push Hung Zhang Chuan aside. Oomph. Hung Zhang Chuan snorted, and a world phantom emerged behind him as well. It was a world filled with yellow sand, heavy and stable. The clash of the world forces between the two sides created violent collisions, causing the void to tremble, and deep, dark space rifts appeared. However, the Fire Element Universe stage martial warrior was completely unable to shake Lang Zhang Chuan's Earth Element World Phantom, remaining blocked in the void, infuriated beyond words. Yizong Xinuo and the others were incredibly shocked, gazing with wide eyes at the distant battlefield. It was almost unbelievable that these powers were released by 2 Cosmos stage martial warriors. This was horrifying. The strength of these 2 individuals has reached an unbelievable level, leaving everyone in disbelief. But what was even more terrifying was that figure. All eyes were involuntarily drawn to the silhouette clad in crimson armor beneath the blazing black radiance. Their gazes trembled intensely, and their hearts struggled to regain composure. Bathed in the intense black light, the crimson armor on his body appeared striking and piercing. The red flame, Demon Lotus. For some reason, these 4 words simultaneously flashed through the minds of everyone present. Before long, as the terrifying waves of primal forces gradually subsided, a figure descended from the sky. Astonishingly, it was the black-horned youth clad in the crimson armor. Boom! The ground was instantly cratered, forming a seemingly bottomless pit. Spiderweb-like cracks spread in all directions, and countless dust particles floated into the air. There was dead silence.